All right. Happy 2026, everyone. Welcome, Ginger Dip. Happy 2026, everyone. Yeah, we're getting off to a really good start here. We got a McDonald's in the car here, so I'm going to be heading out towards that way. Yeah, welcome in, Ginger Dip. I hope the Happy New Year to you.
Then, in 300 feet, turn right onto Lemley Street. Drive east, then turn right.
Yeah, had something quite unexpected take shape today. Starting off 2026 dashing with something extremely shocking. And actually startling to say the least.
In 300 feet, turn left onto Lemley Street.
Okay. I'm going into Speedway. I was going to get a free coffee today.
In 700 feet,
and
turn right onto Lyndhurst Street.
I was going to get a free coffee because I had enough points to, to get a free coffee. Well, I ended up getting a free coffee anyway. And it was surprising the way that I got the free coffee because the clerk who was going to check me out walked up to me as I was getting my coffee and told me that, I said, this fine police officer here has seen you dash and decided to give you a free coffee today.
In a quarter mile.
And I was like blown away. I mean, my jaw just basically was ready to hit the counter. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, really? I'm like, man, usually I'm supposed to be doing that for him, but he did it for me. And I was like, man, I'll tell you what, especially those of you that are in law enforcement that that see this, I said, there are some good ones out there. Not, so there's a lot of them that get a bad rap, but there are some good ones out there. And let me just say kudos and thank you to the Franklin Police Department for giving me this free coffee today. I'm absolutely shocked, but I say I'm definitely grateful and do appreciate your service, even though you guys are out here looking for everybody and, seeing, just you're doing your job, but, I'm really thankful. I really am. You just have no idea how thankful I am. This is wonderful.
Drive south on Johnson Avenue for a half mile.
But yeah, so kudos again to the Franklin Police Department for starting off my 2026 dashing with a free coffee. That's fantastic. And, as I hope blessings for you guys all year and that, you guys do a great job here. You're everywhere. And, I know that Franklin is not a place to play when it comes to the law. So, guys, like I said, those of you that drive through Franklin, you better be watching it because they're everywhere out here. Everywhere. Everywhere. Your local 9-year-old. I said, well, your local 9-year-old, see, free coffee? Yeah, I had one. I said, your local 9-year-old, you got to be 18 to be in the chat. Okay, if you're 9 years old, you cannot be in the chat. You have to be at least 18. Just so that you know. But yeah, Roy, welcome in. Boy, it's kind of early for you. It's 3 a.m. where you are. But yeah, police officer gave me a free coffee today. And when the clerk came up there and told me that, just came up to me and, said, he got the same size. So he decided to pay for your coffee today because he's seen you dash here and pick up orders here. And I was like, I was just totally blown away. I was like, really?
In 600 feet.
Absolute shocking. Really, to this moment, I still am absolutely shocked over it. Here, I need to fix this because I don't know what it's trying to come down. I don't know why. I hate when it does that too. Oh, it's because the rubber band's off of it. That's why. Okay. All right, that should be better. Okay, hopefully. All right, yeah. 3 a.m. Yeah, that is early for you, Roy. That's very early for you.
Turn right onto Martin Place.
Okay, why is this having me go all these different directions? For what reason? Why am I going all over the place with this?
In 600 feet, turn right onto North Main Street.
Okay, I don't understand what we're doing here. You had me go down this way and then go up this way. It's almost like, you know, it's intentionally making me go a longer way because maybe they're waiting for it at a different time or something. But this is generally taking time away from your dash here.
Turn left onto Harriet Street, then turn left.
Okay, you couldn't sleep, so you just got up. I said, yeah, well, I've had days like that. Yeah, I've had days. I remember there's times when you decided to go out and
68 North Jackson Street, Franklin, Indiana 46131. USA will be on the right.
Okay, so I guess I turn down here, I guess. Okay, well.
468 North Jackson Street, Franklin,
So it's got to be that house there.
46131. USA is on the right.
All right. Well, if that is the house, they did not follow the they have not followed the Motel 6 rule. I mean, it is pitch dark here, and they want me to deliver this McDonald's to them. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Okay. I'm gonna fix this thing. Oh, goodness gracious! I hate when. Yeah, this thing's really going to be a problem. It's because the rubber bands are off of them. That's why. All right. All right, that might be a little bit better, hopefully. Here, I'll move this up. This is... so weird when this thing don't want to work right. There we go. I'd have to welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Let me go ahead and drop this off, guys. I got to try to find this place here. All right. Okay, we're starting with $7, but now look what we got here. Hi, Colleen. Welcome in. I don't like the 6 miles, but I do like the 16 going to Meijer. All right.
Then turn right onto
All
Harriet
right.
Street.
Look at that. You're getting off to a good start there, Dean. Yep, getting off to a good start. Okay, we're just going to back up here. But I just say it's the person here that ordered, you know, they left it pitch dark for me to try to find it. I mean, I was able to see that they had it on there, but I mean, if you guys want us to deliver to you, say, please do us a favor and leave a light on. I mean, it really isn't too much to ask. You want us to deliver, please leave a light on. Do the Motel 6 rule. Leave the light on for us. It makes it that much easier.
700 feet, turn right onto Walnut Street.
Yeah. There's DJ on Indiana winning the Rose Bowl, you know, hometown. Yeah, that was, yeah, but now we got to face Oregon. So, yeah, so it's going to be interesting, Colleen. Yeah, the rematch.
Turn right onto Walnut
Because
Street.
now that Georgia's out of it, I think everybody's thinking that whoever wins that game, you know, whoever wins that game is going to win the whole thing. That's what I've heard. So,
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Roundabout.
yep. Let's see. Sally, thank you. Oh, see, who else is here? Sally's here. Sally here. Hey, Sally, welcome in. Yeah. And say happy 2026 to all you guys. We're getting off to a pretty good start here. Going to Meijer. I think what is it? I think I got like 11 items or something I got to pick up. Yeah, I think it's 11 items. Yeah. But we're getting off to a good start. I mean, just got $7 for dropping that off, and then
turn right onto roundabout, then make a left U-turn if permitted.
Well, they're not making a U-turn. I have to go straight out this way to go to the other to get to Meijer. So,
make a left U-turn at roundabout to stay on roundabout if permitted. Then bear right.
All right. It's 1 year YouTube birthday. Well, yesterday, but wasn't feeling good. I said,
continue for a half mile.
Well, that's not the way to start 2026 off not feeling good, Sally. I mean, we got to turn that around quickly. Yeah, see, Mike. Hey, there's Mike's Adventures. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Starting off 2026, like I said, if those of you that came in late, if you did not know, I started before I went out dashing. I went to go pick up. I was going to get a freebie coffee from Speedway or 7-Eleven in some locations, and the clerk came up to me and said that a Franklin police officer, got the same size coffee, and said that, and the clerk said to me that this fine police officer is buying your coffee today because they've seen you dashing in town and seen me pick up orders from there. And to this moment, I'm still like, I cannot believe that. I really can't, especially, these days with the, with police officers getting a bad rap. This one here and the Franklin Police Department, they get big time kudos for doing that for me. I really, really, really appreciate that. I mean, I guess there are those that really do appreciate dashing services, apparently. So that's a wonderful thing. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm shocked, very shocked. I mean, my jaw almost hit the counter when she told that to me. I mean, I mean, really. I mean, if my jaw could drop, it would have hit the counter. Because I was so in shock at this. I cannot believe that. But, there's good ones out here. Yeah. You got to get yourself hyped up from your show this morning. I said, yep, well, go get them, Sally. Yep. Act as if that infirmity is not trying to get a hold of you. That's why I say stuff like that is trying to cause division. And that's what it's all about. This year is all about that. I said, there's going to be stuff coming up this year. That's just one of the reasons why, I don't want it to look like I'm preaching, because I'm not. I'm just, trying to say for this year, that we got to be on our guard. We have to have all our ducks in order. And be prepared. This is the year to be prepared for stuff, because you prepare for the unknown. I've said that all along. I still think that is really key this year, is to be prepared for anything. It's better to be prepared and for things to not take shape than for things to take shape and us not be prepared. That's just, how I look at this. And you just woke up. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I've got to come here for a couple of minutes here. I mean, I'm not going to take very long here in Meijer to do this, because I think it's only 11 items.
Turn left onto East 200 North. Then, in 800 feet, turn left.
Bathy, I don't know how to say your name, but appreciate you joining. Thank you for joining. Yep, we're starting off 2026, the Illinois Dash. We're about to shop here. A $16 shopping order. I don't like the 6 miles, but I will take the 16 because it's more than $3 a mile. So that I will definitely take. And man, they're getting ready to come right along here with this Chick-fil-A here. I can just imagine what the traffic's going to be like here when that's finally built. But Franklin could use a Chick-fil-A, and they're also building an Aldi here too. So Meijer here will be getting some competition.
2390 North Morton Street, Franklin, Indiana 46131. USA will be on the right.
So yeah, we're just going to go up here and park up here and get ready to do a quick little 11 item shopping order. I mean, I know 11 items seems like, a lot for 6 miles, and it might be. But I think I think this will be okay. All right, now who's messaging me now? What are they wanting? Is this the customer? Okay, hold on. All right, arrived here. Okay, so somebody messaged. Who messaged me? Yeah, the last customer. Okay. So I'm messaging the last customer because they said there was something missing in the bag. And so I have to tell them the bag was sealed. I cannot open it up. Okay. Because I have to tell them per Board of Health regulations, I am not allowed to open or a refund. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. I told him, I said, I am not sure about what was in your bag, but because the bag is sealed per Board of Health regulations, I am not permitted to open sealed bags. You will have to contact DoorDash for either a replacement or a refund for your product. Sorry. So I had to say that. All right. All right, guys. I'm going to go shop here real quick. I'll be right back. right, man, that was quite a shopping order. Oh. And I'll explain something else here in a minute too. All right, that's the first one. Okay. Now it wants me to take the receipt again. I already took the receipt picture. Okay, now I gotta dig through this and find the receipt. It's not in that one. All right, bear with me, guys. I gotta take this receipt picture again when I already had it. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, well, before I leave here, guys, okay, final review. I gotta call, I've got to talk to support. Say I have an issue. Because they did not scan 2 items. Let's see what the AI says. Just give me an agent. You don't understand anything. Just give me an agent. Just get me an agent. Goodness gracious. This was a young girl, and it looked like she was just new or something like that, and she just, she scanned she scanned everything but 2 Diet Cokes that I had here, and I had to pay $26 out of my pocket because they didn't scan it. Because she asked me, I said, oh, were those Diet Cokes a part of it? And I said, you said to leave it in the cart. And she goes, yeah, I did. You said, go ahead and leave it in the cart. She said, I'll get those. And I told her, I said, did you get those? And she goes, oh, no, I forgot. Yeah. So I'm here with them. And I had to pay out of pocket. Now let's see what you say. Here, I'm going to scan the receipt and send it to them. So I had to do that. Okay. Or customer A, who ordered the Diet Coke. Like I say, that's the one I clicked on. Hey, yeah. Yeah, pretty good sarcastic. Well, that'd be a good one for you. Yeah. Yeah, this girl didn't look like she knew what she was doing, because she said you don't need to put, I'll get your Diet Coke. You don't need to put it on the shelf. And then and so I put it on there, and then when we get ready to check out, she's like, let's see, oh, that Diet Coke was a part of this order? I said, yes. And then she got somebody over there, and I said, we can't do anything about it right now. I said, if you do this, and I have to pay for everything out of pocket, and it was $140 some odd, and I don't have that. So I had to pay for the Diet Coke out of my own pocket. Say, no, I have not left the parking lot left. Thank you, Bruce. Yes, exactly. You got to really be tough with these AI because, I mean, they don't understand you. See, that's fine. I just want it today. All right, so we'll go ahead and all right. So proceed to delivery. All right. Okay, this is so I got to deliver to B first. Wonderful. All right. All right, so guys, we got to do this first though. Yeah. All right. So I got to do this first. Hold on. Okay. I'll tell you what, I get fed up with these ads too. All right, here we go.
Free throw and a technical foul call. I think it's on Tim Duncan. Somebody on the bench for the Spurs. Yep, it's Duncan, who is unhappy with the lack of a call or a call earlier.
Okay. All right. DoorDash has their first technical. All right. All right, so now I've got to go and deliver the number B first, which I'm not happy about. All right, so now I got to find this customer here. Okay, so, all right.
Drive west, then turn right. Drive east, then turn left.
Okay, hold on here.
Turn left.
That closed it. Wonderful. Okay. We got something going on up here, though. All right. Sorry about that, guys. That was support calling me. They're gonna reimburse me for this. Once I complete the order, then they're gonna reimburse me for it. So I told them, I had to explain that the clerk, admitted that it was their fault and, that it was not included. And they said, all you got to do is just take a picture of the second receipt and give that to the customer as well, saying that you paid for it out of pocket and, that DoorDash is going to reimburse me. So he said, you have to explain that to the customer too. Because, who knows what the customer is going to say. But, they said sometimes customers will also give you, extra for the effort that you do. So, they say they can't guarantee that, but they said that's a possibility. So, but I sure hated to have to give them, to give Illinois, the DoorDash a technical foul on Illinois right now, because that's just, I say with the kind of basketball coach that Illinois has, he would probably be doing some Bob Knight stuff right now. So, yeah, because that's the kind of coach they got. So, yeah. That wouldn't sit too well there. No, it sure would. How many bars will you take? No, it was someone that with the name of R. Yeah. Added time? Well, it's the first technical, and I probably will add time, Dean. That's the first technical they got, though. So.
Turn left.
Oh, right here.
Drive.
Okay. But yeah, that is extra time because I had to call support and I lost like,
William Avenue.
okay. Now this, somebody's got their truck sitting here. All right. Well, they're having me go to this street a different way, which is good because this will cut down the time. But support told me after, because I have to deliver the second customer first, and so after I do that, then I have to contact support again to go through the whole thing again. Retake my...
Then 3,950 Tamara Way, Franklin, Indiana 46131. USA will be on the right.
So it's straight ahead here? I guess it's the one that's straight ahead. Somebody's, I don't know. 3950? Is that you? Okay. What's somebody want? Yeah.
Would you be able to give me a jump? I can't reach anybody that normally.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't. I'm on 2 deliveries right now. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm already late on one of them. I'm sorry. I'd be glad to help, but I can't. I don't even have cable, so I wouldn't be able to help him anyway. I mean, I hate to do that, but I mean, I understand people are in that position. I mean, I've been in that position before, but I've got 2 deliveries here I've got to do, and I got to deliver this one. So, yep. So now I got to find this customer. I mean, I understand where he's coming from and stuff, but okay. So I'm just going to park right here and pull in their driveway under the circumstance because I don't know about him. He's, yeah. All right. All right, guys. Hey, and welcome in. All right, let me drop these. Let me drop this customer 2 off here, guys, and I'll be right back. All right, now. Oh, this one's going, oh, no wonder it's going to Whiteland. Okay, that makes it even more fun. Okay. Oh. Hey, what's up, Queen? Welcome in. Yeah. All right. So, now I've got to go to Whiteland. I hate not being able to help somebody out like that, especially when, you know, because I mean, like I said, I've been in that position. He looked a little annoyed, but I mean, I'm sorry. I have a delivery that I have to do. And I said if I could have helped him if I had 2 deliveries, but I'm on the clock, and if I'm on the clock, I can't. Nothing I can do. I've been alive for an hour and a half now. Well, yeah, because I've been shopping most of that time, Queen. I'm sorry about that. I had 2 shopping orders. Yeah, that's why I had no idea who was in the live and who wasn't. Yeah, I had 2 shopping orders. Yeah. And one ended up being a disaster because, you know, I had to pay $26 out of pocket because somebody didn't scan the item. So I'm going to have to get this receipt again, and I'm going to have to take a picture of it again for the next agent after I drop this off and go through that rigmarole. Because I mean, they told me, well, you can go ahead and we can cancel the whole order and do it again. And I said no, because it would take 24 hours for that money to get back to them. Then I'd have to pay for everything out of my pocket, and I don't have that kind of money to pay for that. So
Drive north on US 31 for 2 miles.
So I had to issue a technical because of that, because that was an error on the clerk. Yeah. It would have saved that trouble if I just went on ahead and put those put one of them on there and did 2 of them. But she told me, oh no, you can go ahead and leave them on there and I'll get them. And it's like, I said, I had that A's order was on the top. I said at the very beginning when I went there, A's order is on the top, B's order is on the bottom. And I specifically said that. You know, I said I had A on the top, B on the bottom. I was doing A at that time. You know, and you didn't scan the Diet Coke. Okay, you know, and it's like, so I have to look at the receipt and make sure, because see, I have to give the receipt to the customer now. So I have to take a picture of it. You know, so I have to take a picture of it and hold it in my files so that when I talk to the next representative, you know, because I have to give that receipt to the customer. So now, like I said, after I do that, I have to take the picture of that receipt again. Then I have to send that picture to the to support to let them know that, you know, hey, you owe me for this, because that was a clerk error. And then, you know, I don't know what support does from that point, but you know, but if they forget to scan something, you know, I'm just glad that they pointed it out before I tried to walk out of the store. At least I had that going for me.
County Road 600 North.
I'm just glad they caught it then, because that would have been an even more disaster. Sometimes better to do than be a delivery boy. A ragtop man, let me tell you something. You know, I only do this because, you know, this is my second part of the job. This is my second job. I'm only doing this just, you know, for some extra money. You know, I said I already have a W-2. Yeah. I don't do this all the time, but you know, I already have a W-2. So, yeah, this is just something that I do, you know, basically for fun, for a little bit of extra money. You know, because, and the reason why I have to do it right now is because they're going to be doing a rebuild at my W-2, and they're going to be cutting hours. So I have to, do I have a third job? No, I only have 2 jobs. I have this job here. Well, if you want to call a third job, I would be monetized on YouTube. So I do have 3 jobs. I have a W-2.
Turn right onto Warwick Drive.
And then I have a W-2. I do this, and I am monetized on YouTube. So I have 3 jobs. Yep. So, John B., thank you.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East.
And I appreciate what you're saying there, Ragtop Man, and I get it. It can be frustrating at times, but it can also be really good. Because I dashed yesterday, you know, and, you know, started at like almost 1 o'clock, and I still ended up making $100. So, it has its ups and downs. You know, but I mean, it's just, this was an error that was done on someone else's part because they weren't paying attention. You know, this person looked like they had just became a cashier or something, because it looked like she just didn't understand what was going on. So, and I'm going to explain that to,
then 1046 East Lawn Drive, New Whiteland, Indiana 46184. USA will be on the right.
So now I have to explain to this customer that they did not scan their Diet Coke and I had to pay for it out of pocket. They're going to reimburse me for it. But I have to.
1046 East Lawn Drive,
which one is
New
it?
Whiteland, Indiana 46184. USA is on the right.
Okay. And they got a, you know, they have a 36-pound dog food here too. All right. All right, guys, give me a minute here. Give me a minute here, and I'll get this. We'll get this up here. They got a lot of stuff. Okay. I'm going to take that last one with the other stuff. All right, now let me get another picture of this receipt. Because, okay. Let me get a picture of this receipt because I'm going to need it. Where is it? Where are we at? I need the camera, that's what I need. Okay, there it is. Okay, I got to take a picture of this. Because I have to give this to the customer. Now they're saying, oh, if you're having trouble finding the customer, I said, they got a lot of groceries I got to take to the door. Come on, DoorDash. All right, guys, I'm gonna while I'm waiting on my next order, since I'm out of the zone, I'm just gonna go up here and I'm gonna talk to support so that I can get that money back. So just park right here and talk to support about getting that money back. So, all right, hang on. Okay. Oh, hang on, guys. Okay. So hang on, guys. I have to do this. Just get me to an agent. That's all I want. Say I was told I had to call. I was told I had to call you back. He's doing the same thing. So I had to yell at him, agent, you. Gosh, I'd like to go back to the old days to where you don't have to worry about this AI stuff. You talk to real people and you get the situation figured out that way, instead of, the AI asking you 10 questions about this when you need when this is something. And this is $26 and I'm out of pocket. I'm out of the zone, so I'm not going to get anything right now. They've already had I said, there's already going to be time added because a technical foul was given. So okay, now I got an agent. Okay. Hey. See. Oh, there's Kaylee in there. Hey, Kaylee. Guess what? This is where you started last year. Remember? This is where you started, Illinois. Yeah. So I just got to wait for them. I said I shared the receipt. Well, I mean, I'm glad I took the picture of it because I had to take a picture of it because to give the other receipt to the customer because the customer had to know that the order was paid for. So even though it's not going to show up on that receipt, if I show them that I paid for out of pocket, I messaged them and I told them that I will, they said that DoorDash is going to pay me back for it. Error, the clerk did not scan the item. I'm just glad that I caught it before we all caught it before I walked out of the store, because that would have been a whole new situation on its own. Well, they're sure taking forever. I guess what they're doing is they're going back and looking at the shopping order and doing all that stuff. Let's see. So I'm right here by that house, so they can look in my ears and see that I'm right across the street from the house I just dropped it off from. See all this stuff we have to that we got to go through. I mean, I'd issue a double T right now, but I can't do that. So but there will be added extra time tonight for this. So, but I mean, it would not be fair to issue a double T and then have to just forget it and start over again. That I can't do that. Why all these questions? All right, so you just paid for this only? Yes, that's why I sent you receipt. I mean, I don't understand it. You have to answer AI a bunch of questions, then you ask them a whole bunch of questions. It's $26. I'm out. You say I had to pay out of pocket. Yeah. That I had to pay out of pocket. All you got to do is look at the other receipt. There's no Diet Coke on there. Look at their order. They ordered it. The clerk admitted they did not scan it. Is the day I have fun. Oh, and this whole thing on here say, hey, Teddy. All right, Teddy, let me explain what happened. I have two shopping orders, okay? I had two shopping orders, customer A and customer B. I get to the checkout because they don't allow you to, with DoorDash, they do not allow you to, to self-scan. I go up there and I tell the clerk, I said, she told me you can leave your Diet Cokes in the cart. Okay. I said, okay. So, I load customer A on there and the Cokes were in there. I said, customer A, where the Cokes are, is customer A. The other is customer B on the bottom cart. So I get over there. I scan it all. And then she said, okay, now what? I said, I already paid for everything. I said, okay, now what about the Cokes? I said, the Cokes were a part of that order. And she goes, oh, I forgot. Yeah, I told her, I said that everything on this top cart was A, and you didn't scan the Cokes. So she called somebody over to see what they could do, and they said, well, we'll just have to refund everything. I said, no. I told him, I said, I cannot do that because it would take forever for the money to get back to DoorDash, and then I have to pay for everything out of pocket, which is $130, and I don't have $130 to pay out of my pocket. So I have to pay for it out of my pocket. I will do whatever it takes. I said, if you're going to take forever, I'll issue the double T and I'll get an extra 2 hours. But I will make it 3 T's, not 2. Okay. This is ridiculous. This should not be that hard. They just don't want to give me the $25. That's what that is. I already know they don't want to give it back to me. I can see that. Okay, this is what they said. I say, all right. They said, all right. I said, I'll take your word for it. I said, you did pay for it. I said, you don't need to go through all that. You don't need to go back to the merchant and get a whole bunch of names and go through all that. I said, I will send the reimbursement to you. Say sorry for all your trouble. Okay. I said, you can leave from that house and continue dashing. Okay. All right. Okay, now I'll just end the chat. All right. I'm just going to say no because you took forever. See. All right. All right, that's done. Okay. I don't want to have to get, I did not want to have to give double T. I didn't want to have to do that. But all this extra time, they're getting an hour tonight. I'm sorry. Indy, if you are, I said, Indy, if you're looking, I know you're going to say protest and all that, but I mean, I'm sorry, but this was a clerk error, and it took forever for me to get $26 reimbursed to my account. And I'm sorry, I have to give Illinois an extra hour tonight. I have to. I have no choice. That's just the way it is. But I told the clerk, I said, listen, I will go back to the merchant, and I will get names and all that kind of stuff if that's what you need. I mean, if you don't trust me on this, I will go and I will get it. I will get whatever it is you want. I will do whatever it takes. Yeah. I said, if you don't want to give me back my $26, well then, I said, we're going to figure out a way. I'm going to get that $26 back. And I said, the clerk admitted the error. Okay. And they said, I forgot to scan it. Okay. Well, then I had to pay for it out of pocket. It's either $26 or $130. I don't have $130. So I had to scan. So I had to pay for the Coke out of pocket, And they could tell that I was not happy but saying that I had to do that, because they sort of gave me a little attitude after I said that, but I had no choice. I had to do that though. Yeah. I mean, this was an error on your part. You didn't scan it. When I said that the Coke is on top of whatever is on top is customer A, and the Diet Coke was on the top. Everything on the top was customer A, including the Diet Coke, and you told me that I did not have to put the Diet Coke on there, that you would scan it. Okay, well, never happened. And it sounded like DoorDash didn't, the first person I talked to said that they would be more than happy. The one that called me said, yeah, if it's a customer error, yeah, we'll go ahead and reimburse you, but you got to deliver the customer first. This person didn't want to give me the $26 back. And I told him, I said, listen, if we got to go through a major song and dance, if I have to go back to the merchant, get a whole bunch of names, and have them say that they screwed it up and all that kind of stuff, if I have to go and do that just for you to give me my money back, I'll do whatever it takes. I'm getting my $26 back today. I said, if we have to go through all that, then fine, we'll do it. And so apparently they said, okay, he means business. I mean, if he really wants that money back, I mean, he's a Platinum Dasher. I said, I guess we can go ahead and trust him. I said, I am not going to screw anybody out of anything. If I'm going to pay something out of my pocket, just to make a customer happy, I will do it. That's what I do. Yeah. I mean, if somebody's going to admit to an error, then they did it. But it's a shame. I said, can I have a Diet Coke with food stamps? So I would yell out and make them pay for more of your time. Well, I try not to yell too much, Luke, because, I mean, yelling really doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't. It really doesn't. But I mean, I have to give an hour's extra time tonight. I just have to. Because that was crazy. I mean, I was in that shopping order to get to, yeah, it's done. They're giving me the money back. In fact, I got the indication that they gave it back to me. So, yeah, I only yell. Yeah, well, usually yelling and screaming and stuff like that usually doesn't solve anything. It usually doesn't. It just makes things worse and escalates the situation. But I mean, I had to show the displeasure though. Was the Coke? Yes, I got reimbursed for it. They already sent it to me. I got the indication that they sent it to me because that was ridiculous. All I had to do was send the picture to them, and it's done. So I got $35 now, but lost time. So basically, I did that $35 in 1 hour because since I lost that hour's coming back. So basically you would say I made $35 in 1 hour. So, any Crocs yet? No. No, I don't wear those. No, no, those Crocs aren't. Yeah, those don't agree with me. No, I don't wear those. Yeah, 20 to 20. Yep. Well, it's never a dull moment when you're dashing here, guys. There never is. I'm telling you. I mean, it just goes to show that, when it comes to business these days, one person, okay, we got some. What we got? Casey's. All right, I can do that. I got to go back to Whiteland, but whatever. It's $5 for 4 miles. I'm just going to Casey's and going back to Whiteland, whatever. It's all orders accepted, so at least I'm delivering again. Yeah. Jeez, man. I mean, back in the 70s and 80s, you took care of things within 5 to 10 minutes. Today, with AI and then those that aren't even here in town that are taking care of support, they ask you 1,000 questions, then they got to give you the third degree. They got to make sure that you're not trying to steal them out of money and stuff like that. I mean, the first support person trusted me because they know that I've been delivering for them for a long time, and they had the receipt that said I paid for it. Okay, and I told them, I said, they ordered this Diet Coke, and it was on there, and I told them, I sent that, and they saw on that receipt, they already saw that that Diet Coke was not on the other receipt. This other person, they didn't want to believe me. They didn't want to give me that money back. And I would have called a third time, and I would have said, I would have speak to a manager and said, one person was willing to help me, the other person didn't want to give it to me, and I was like, I said, what do I got to do here? All right, I'm going to go pick this up, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, that was nice of them in there too. I'll tell you, yeah, this is a regular customer of theirs every single day. They order the same thing all the time. And, they, when I went over there to pick it up, the person behind the cooking counter, they said that, I said, is it so-and-so? And I said, yeah. And I said, yep, it figures. It's typical for them to be contacting this time of day. They order the same thing every day, So they're one of our regular customers, and I told them, I told the customer, I said that according to them, you're one of their best customers. So, and they said, yeah, it's my daily thing. I order it every single day. So, all right, go ahead. You're going to the right. It's in the rule book. All right. Borderline's here. Oh, okay. Welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah. Here, you deserve it, Borderline. There you go. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a minute. Continue with pickup. Okay, there is no receipt. All right, here, I forgot to do that. All right, here. Let's do this. All right. Yeah, I'm turning left anyway, so. All right. Okay, this is a hand it to me, so. Yeah, I figured. All right. There you go. Welcome to the blue team. Yeah. Please knock. Well, it's a hand it to you. I gotta knock it anyway. Yeah. All righty. Yeah, morning. The Beast Within Me. Good morning. Hey, the Beast Within Me. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. It's a good name. Yeah. Appreciate you joining. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been quite a morning so far. I mean, it started with a police officer buying me a coffee. All right, what are you doing, truck? You're turning? Okay. All right, let's see.
Drive north on North Morton Street, US 31. Continue on US 31 for 3 miles.
Wow. Then you're turning into a Smurf. Yep. Yeah, when I watched that, I said my favorite character was Papa Smurf. I always loved Papa Smurf. Papa Smurf was my favorite. See, everybody, I've gotten some jewels. Of course, I haven't been around too much. I've been concentrating on other stuff. I'll play the music here in a minute for those jewels. Thank you for all those who gave me those jewels. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm sorry that I never even recognized it until now. But I thank you all, and I will play the music for you guys as a thank you. Yeah, it's just been quite a morning, kind of a little bit stressful last hour, but we're over that now, and we're just getting ready to, it's just been crazy. Yeah. But Illinois is close to our 500. Okay, well, we're going to go work on that then. Okay, and we'll start that today. So when I do my second live tonight, we'll do something special. So we got to do her and Mom Dog also. Mom Dog's also close, so we'll go to work on that because I will have a dash. Let's see. Tonight I'll also have a dash on Tuesday also. So, all right, we're gonna keep on going. Yep. Because you know how it is. Send 100. All right, Roy. Thank you. Oh yes. Yeah. Yeah, I love to send those party hats to Roy because Roy's channel is nothing but parties. So that's why I like to send party hats. To there. Party hats is my thing because anytime that anybody has a live, it's like a party. So that's why I like to send party hats. Yeah. Yeah. Party hat is my favorite thing to send. Yeah. Yeah, we got a real good turnout here, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Or about 2026, the first dash. Something for everyone, I'll tell you. Yeah, you're at 1,500 watch hours and 439 subscribers. Okay. Well, let's see. 439. Let's see. Mom Dog is a little bit closer than you are, so I think what I'm going to do is maybe Tuesday, 2 for Tuesday. If you're not there by Tuesday, 2 for Tuesday, I'm going to do a special thing for both of you, and we'll see if we can get you both there and do a double. Do it live type of thing. We'll do it live with with Bill O'Reilly and Stewie Griffin, because they both did it. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah. Because Stewie Griffin's was just as funny as Bill O'Reilly's was, if not funnier. So I think I might do that. So yeah. So if we're not there by Tuesday, we'll do that. Let's see. I got to give one of you Bill O'Reilly. I got to give you the other Stewie Griffin. I'm just trying to figure out which one would be better.
In a half mile, turn left onto Parkview Drive.
Yeah. So that's how we'll do it. I'll just figure out how that thumbnail's going to be. Yeah. Because I think if we do it that way, then I think it's going to motivate everyone, because that's exactly how Sally got her 1,000. She needed, I think, like 36 or something like that, and she got it all in one day. And it was all because, Mary's Gigs helped her out, Dean helped her out, I think Fran helped her out, and of course mine too. Yeah.
Turn left onto Parkview
Yeah, all of
Drive.
us pitched in together and we helped out. So yeah, he's on the talk. Yeah, okay. But yeah, and guys, if you all remember, I said last year the Illinois Dash is how Salty Unavailable started. Yeah. It's like, I encouraged her to get to to go ahead and start a channel, and guess who saw her and took her under his wing, and she never looked back afterwards, and that was Daniel the Mad Dasher. Yeah. Yep.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto South Lake
All right,
Drive.
let's see here. Can I get past you guys? I hope so. All right, yep. Yep. She never looked back after, Daniel the Mad Dasher. I mean, with his influence and the great channel he has, yep. Kaylee never looked back from there. I mean, she just soared, skyrocketed up the chart, because somebody believed in her. I mean, I believed in her too, but he mostly believed in her, and he said, listen, you're going somewhere. I said, you're going with me, and you're going to go somewhere, and guess what?
A quarter mile.
Yep.
125 South
Your
Lake
first
Drive.
video was January
Indiana
1st. Oh, okay.
46184. USA will be on the left.
Yeah, I think it was December or something. Yeah, your first video was January 1st. Okay, you started over there, and then you just never looked back. See? And now you've got an addition to your family, and it's all on account of that. I said, Daniel deserves a lot of credit for doing that because he believed in you. I mean, even when you weren't around, he did say some good stuff about you. He really did. He said, say, this girl's got a channel. I said, this girl's is going to go somewhere. That's why I'm helping her out. She's going somewhere. And I said, I'm willing to, to give her a helping hand and get her where she needs to go because this girl's got a channel now. That's what he said. Are you in Delaware? No, this is Indiana. Yeah, the one who beat Alabama last night. That was the craziest thing. I mean, everybody thought, oh, Alabama's a better team. Well, it certainly didn't look like it.
Lane Drive, Whiteland, Indiana 46184. USA is on the left.
Yeah. Alabama looked absolutely lost during that game last night. They just did. They looked lost. They didn't look like they didn't even know what they were doing. Okay, let me go here and hand this to the customer, and I'll be right back. Yeah, that lady's real nice. She's like, yeah, she says, yeah, I guess they do know me real well. I really appreciate them. They know what I want. They take care of me every day. And that's what you do with customers. You give them the best service that you possibly can, and then they order it all the time. I emphasize that all the time. Do the best you can. Give the best service that you possibly can, because then that customer is going to keep ordering. They're going to tell their friends that someone's doing a good job, and then that's how businesses thrive. When you do the right thing and you show care, you show concern, and you take care of the customer the best way you can. I mean, are there some customers that always deserve it? No, but you still have to, go above and beyond and take care of business. I mean, you do that for some customers, and they'll just be like, "Heh," some of them are like that. You can't please everybody. You just can't. It's not possible to please everybody. But if you, go do the right thing and please whatever you can please, and do the best that you can do, then that's what it's going to take. But yeah, I was always disappointed. I'd first slightly disappointed Dasher. Oh, you guys. Yeah. I was just so surprised. I mean, I guess Roy really couldn't sleep. I mean, he spent a lot of time in my, live today. I said, I guess there's days that puppets just can't sleep. Yeah. Some of these tips make us all slightly disappointed. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, there's just some people that, I mean, you're going to have some people that just aren't going to tip. They're just going to be like, well, I expect you to give me, perfect service. I mean, even if I don't tip you, I still expect you to give me, perfect service. There's guys that are like that. And it's unfortunate. But the thing is, it goes like this. You eventually make up for it later on. And you do. 3 a.m. puppet roll call. Yeah. Yeah, puppet roll call. Yeah, a roll call. Let's see. I say just Roy delivers here. Platinum Dave delivers here. Say Shelly here. Roy's dad here. Yeah. I say Timmy here. Yeah. That's never. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, guys, it's just so much fun to have fun when you do this. It really is. All right, now we got to go back, from Whiteland. I mean, I don't like it because Whiteland is not a part of the zone, but I mean, I would rather go to Whiteland. Timmy is missing. I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we got that rabbit. I said, I don't know what you named the rabbit, but yeah. He's on a milk carton. Oh, no. Oh, Timmy's on a milk carton. What happened to Timmy? Oh. See, Turkey Thereabouts on the University of State. This is Indiana, the one who beat Alabama last night. Yep. That's child support now. Oh, man. Oh, no. Does Shelly have something to do with it? I hope not. So dirty stacking the first order is not late. Yep. Well, I'm not dirty stacking, though. Like I said, I don't. Somebody might be. Yeah, if you're dirty stacking, as long as the first order isn't late. Well, that's what I try to do when I do my dirty stack. If I'm going to take a dirty stack, because, once I head back to town, after 10 o'clock, if I'm going to do a dirty stack, I have to make sure that, that I know that it's going to work out. But I always try to do my best to do the DoorDash first. And the reason I do the DoorDash first is because DoorDash is the one that takes care, that has the on-time rate. Whereas the, Uber, they sort of have an on time, but not as strict as DoorDash, not as strict. So, I mean, sure. I mean, of course they want you to get the order to them as prompt as possible, but it's not like they're really pushing at you to get it there, or going to threaten you if you don't get it there by, a certain time. They'll give you a certain time. They're not as strict as DoorDash is on it. So and that's a good thing. Okay. All right, so we got $40 right now. But like I said, we lost an hour, so that 40 is basically. Got another order here. What we got? All right, now that's going to Bargersville. So Bargersville is not that bad, and Bargersville is a part of the district. So it's 10 miles though. You're going to Bargersville. Well, that's all right. All right, it's up Panera Bread, so we're gonna go there. Okay. In a penny. If you have two orders on two different apps, it's dirty stacking. Yes, but you got to be careful though with the dirty stack though. You got to make sure that especially if it's DoorDash, make sure you get the DoorDash first because you got an on time rate there. Yeah. So yeah, they should update the time exactly. If you have just a regular stack. With like if you have DoorDash, if you have two orders on DoorDash, then they adjust the time because it's the same platform. Whereas, if you're doing a stack with one DoorDash and one Uber Eats, there is no adjustment. You got to adjust the time on your end. You have to, if you got to know your area real well, and say, okay, if I go this way, I can do this, and then I can take this street to cut down time and get them both done. That's what I try to do. That's why I like to do dirty stacking in Shelbyville, because I know Shelbyville real well. And if I can time both of them out real well, then I can get the dirty stack done. And a dirty stack also counts. Like if you if you're taking a DoorDash to the door, and then all of a sudden your Uber goes off, before you complete the delivery, that still counts. So all you got to do at that point when you drop off the DoorDash, you just pause DoorDash and go take care of your Uber. It still counts as a dirty stack, though. Yeah. Nice borderline. You got this. Many opportunities. Yep. Have fun with that, Luke, because I'm not doing that. Oh, man. Dirty stacking is pretty tricky. It really is. You've got to really know your area if you're going to do it. You've got to know your area. Oh, here. I know how to get to Panera Bread. I forgot. I need to play this, guys, for all those that gave me stuff today. Yeah. I apologize for that. There we go. For all my jewels and stuff. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Been a crazy start to 2026 dashing, but hey, it's crazy every day. It doesn't have to be any particular year. All right, I'm gonna go in here. All right. Okay, we're going to go in here and get our Panera Bread here. I call it Panera Bread. That's my thing, because I like to be a little bit, more creative. I call it Panera Bread. That's my name for it. So, okay, we'll just park right here at the 3. Because, I am a delivery person for pickup 3, and I am a delivery person, so I will do that. Okay, so we're back in the 90s there. We'll go ahead and put this in here. DJ's buying everyone Diet Coke. Yeah, well, you can take the monies I give you guys if you win the Dirty Stack contest. You can buy all the Diet Coke you want, for $25. Yeah. See, that's why I wanted that, because that's somebody's Dirty Stack money that they're toying with. That lady was trying to take from you guys. That's what that was. Yeah. Yeah, you all need to go over there. Those that want, I said, go to Meijer and talk to that clerk and say, hey, you took my $25. Yeah. All right, let me go in here and pick this up. Be right back. right, well, that took a lot longer than I wanted. First thing was they were out of one of the orders, so I had to contact the customer to see what they wanted to what they wanted to substitute. Never heard from them, so I had to go on here and put out of stock because customer never contacted me. So I'll tell you what, man, I said, if you're a customer and a dasher needs to get a hold of you, I said, you need to respond. Because, I mean, if there's something important and you don't respond, if you don't respond to a call, if you don't respond to a text or whatever, you make it hard on us. You really do. Yeah. If you're a customer and you have this, please respond to your texts. Please. Respond to your text. Respond if anybody calls you. Please respond. It's really, communication is key in business. It just is. Because if the dasher has something really important to tell you about your order, you need to know. Yeah. I just read some of the earlier convo. Price of detailing and say, what if is somebody sleeping? Well, yeah, but I mean, at this time of day, if somebody's ordering this, I mean, why would they fall asleep, especially if you got hot food coming? Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that's not possible, but if you got hot food coming, you would think that, okay, I can't verify the items, so I'll just say bag is sealed. All right. I get your point. Okay. I do get your point, but at the same time, you got, you really, if you're going to order something and the dasher needs to get a hold of you, it really would be helpful if they would respond. Because that's extra time wasted. You got to wait on them, and then you give so much time, you got to make the choice. Yeah. I mean, I've already lost a lot of time. Yeah. And say, get their point. Yeah, I mean, what if somebody's sleeping? Oh, yeah, I mean, that's what they were saying. I said, well, that could be possible. I've had customers, fall asleep or something like that. I'm sure it happens. But yet, at the same time, hey, Fran, hi, Fran, by the way, I forgot to mention your name, but yeah. Yeah, guys, this is the one here, Fran, who helped me get my 1K on my dash. For those of you that are in here that don't know, she's the one that helped me get my 1K last year on our Indiana versus Arizona State. And I'll tell you what, I said Arizona State, I think, would have played a better game, than Alabama did against Indiana yesterday. I will say that. Alabama just looked absolutely lost in that game. And here right now we're passing where the first technical was given. So, yeah, I have to turn that way because it's wanting me to go that way, I think. Well, let me see. Yeah, I'm going to go this way. Yep. Yeah, this right here is where the first technical came, right here at Meijer. Yep. But I think what I'm going to do, because of what that police officer did, I'm going to remove that technical. So in case there was another one that come, there wouldn't be a double. So I'm going to remove the first technical because of that. So if there's another technical that comes, then it would just start over. All right.
Drive west, then turn right.
Okay, wants me to go that way, I guess. All right, well, whatever. You want me to go this way? Okay, yeah. I remember that first technical, such an interesting plot twist. Yeah.
Drive east on East 200 North.
Okay.
Then turn left onto North Morton
But
Street.
because of what that police officer today, which absolutely shocked the daylights out of me, I think I'm going to, that's going to offset it, because that's a major thing for a police officer to do that to somebody, really. Especially when, they've been getting a lot of bad raps lately. I mean, because, that was one of the most wonderful things that a police officer did when I'm the one that's supposed to be, buying his coffee. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm the one that's supposed to be buying his coffee. But because he bought my coffee, because I'm a dasher there and seen me pick up orders from there, that's why he bought it for me. Was for that reason. That's what the clerk told me. So, and I was like, I was absolute shock. So because of that unexpected surprise. That first, what did a cop do? Bought my coffee. Yeah, I'm going to Speedway. I was going to use one of my freebies because I had enough points. Speedway or 7-Eleven, where Roy is, because there's no Speedways out there. It's all 7-Eleven, but they're tied together now. But yeah, I go in there. I'm getting a coffee. I'm ready to do my just get a freebie. I had my card list up, all that for the freebie points, and the clerk came to me and said, this fine police officer that patrols this area over here, he's buying your coffee today because he's seen you dash, and he said you could use a free coffee. I was like, wow. I'm the one that's supposed to be buying his coffee because of the job he does, but he's ended up buying mine. And I'm like, what did I do to deserve this? Because like I said, you see anymore police officers get a bad rap everywhere because of, the way things are. But for the Franklin Police Department, which I'm, just passed, by the way, so I give really big kudos to them for that one police officer doing that for me. Yeah, so nice, DJ. It sounds like it made you. It did. That's why I'm removing that first technical. So, yeah, I'm removing that first one. So there will be another first one if there is another one. Hopefully there won't be, but it'll start over again. So that's why that will offset. So, yeah, and it did make my day. Oh, you better believe it did. Yeah. So I will, like I said, remove that first technical. Because, any dirty stack will also, remove, like if there's a double T or something like that, the dirty stack will remove it. So, yeah, that's how that is. So, yeah. Yeah, that was real nice. That was really awesome. Yeah. All right. Is Charles here? Hey, keeping it red, Charles. What's going on, Charles? Yeah, good to see you, man. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a very interesting dash so far, to say the least. Started with a police officer buying me a coffee, then I had a Meijer shopping order from hell. That I had to pay $25 out of my pocket for because the clerk forgot to scan 2 items. Then I had to fight tooth and nail with support to get that $25 back because the first person I talked to, they believed me, was willing to give it to me right away, but I had to deliver the customer first. But then the second one I talked to, because they said I had to call back, the second one I talked to, they didn't want to give it to me. They didn't believe me. I sent them a copy of the receipt, so they had to go back and look at the whole entire order, make sure that the customer ordered the Diet Coke, which they did, and then they didn't see it on that one. So they had to go through all that, and I said, well, we're still verifying. I said, you're taking a long time. And, and they were asking me these dumb questions about it, which the first person didn't. And I said, listen, I'm willing to go over to the merchant, get all the names that you need to get, and you interview them and talk to them and ask them if they made the mistake, because they'll tell you they did. If that's what we have to do here, I want that money. And I said, if that's the way you got to be, but if you don't want to give me the money, I said, I'm going to find a way for you to give me the money because I paid for it out of pocket. It was either $25 or $130. I have 25, but I didn't have 130. So, yeah, because that's how much the groceries were that customer bought, was $130. They had like a 40-pound bag of dog food, a whole bunch of cleaning stuff, and and some other things. They bought about at least $70 worth of cleaning supplies. $70 worth of cleaning supplies. Yeah. That's what that customer had. Then you got that 40-pound dog food, and then some of the other stuff they had. That was $130 just with that stuff without the Diet Coke. If you had the Diet Coke, that'd have been $150. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Luke sent a gift membership. Well, look at that. Yeah. Well, she's already won. So, yeah, but she came back. Thank you, Luke. All right. Yeah, And guess what? This just proves something again. Salty unavailable. She started with Illinois. You can't make this stuff up, guys. You can't make this stuff up. She started with Illinois. We're doing Illinois. Unbelievable. Yep, it seems meant to be. Yeah. All these drawings were meant to be. Hey, boss man, welcome in. Yeah. Happy New Year to you, too. I mean, look at all these drawings, these crazy drawings. You know, let's see. And let's see. There's another one here. We got Jenny's Books Vlogs. Okay. That's a good one. All right. Excellent. All right. Yeah. All right. So yeah. As soon as I drop this off, guys, I'll be out of the zone, so I'll be able to play it. All right. I won't be out of the zone technically because it is Bargersville. I mean, it says it's a Greenwood address, but it's still Bargersville area. So, because according to the map, it's still Bargersville area. So, and Bargersville is a part of Franklin. So, yeah. All right, gotta slow it down here because it's radar speed controlled, so you got to go 30. Otherwise, you'll be getting something in the mail, which I don't want to get. You have a question? Go ahead, boss man. Tell me, ask away. I know one boss man I used to watch all the time was Big Boss Man in the WWF back then. Yeah. I don't remember if he went to WWE or not, but I remember it was WWF back then. So, yeah, I remember that boss man, Big Boss Man. Yeah. Yeah, I used to watch that all the time. That was in the 80s. Yeah, that was my thing then when I was going through school. I mean, that was huge to me. And to lose Hulk Hogan last year, that was a shock to everybody. I mean, he was always exercising, always doing the things, talking about it. And then, but then all of a sudden to do that. I have over 1366 subs, but still monetized. Any ideas? How many watch hours do you have, boss man? That's it right there. It's your watch hours. How many watch hours do you have? You need 3,000 for 500, and you need 4,000 for your 1K. Yeah, that's what it is right there. How many watch hours do you have? Hey, Peter, I'm on the way to Bargersville right now, Bargersville, Indiana. I'm taking an order, a Panera Bread order to this customer here. I mean, it's a terrible offer, but it's all orders accepted on DoorDash, so that's just what it is. But yeah, we're in Bargersville right now. Yeah, that's where we're headed. I mean, it's Whiteland Road, but Bargersville area. So, I mean, it's right on the borderline between the two. Yeah, I thought we were in Illinois. No, this is the Illinois Dash. This is the Illinois Dash. Okay, now I got a thing that said Shelbyville is busy, but I have to stay here until 10. So, yeah. I'm going to be completely honest. I barely watch out for my brother. That just might be my problem. I said, yeah, you need watch hours. Yeah. Hey, guys, can we help Boss Man here out? Can we help him with watch hours? Yeah. Boss Man, you can come to our community if you want to. We'll help you with watch hours if that's what you need. Yeah. Our community is good at that. If you need watch hours, that's what you need. You need 3,000 to get partially monetized with the 500, but you're already past that. Then you need 4,000 to watch hours to get your 1K monetization. That's your full monetization. So, yeah. So, like I said, we'll be good to help you with that if that's what you need. So, yeah, you said 1,360 subs, you're not monetized. Yeah, it's the watch hours you need. Yeah. That right there is what's holding you back, is the watch hours. You can look on your YouTube studio, it'll show you how many watch hours you have. Yeah, that's what you need. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta go live, make a lot of shorts, and get with some people in the community to your subscribers, all that. You just need to do that. Going live is really what's going to help you out. I mean, that's all I do anymore is I go live, maybe do a few shorts now and then, because videos just don't cut it. A lot of people don't really watch videos anymore. They're more into live streams or shorts or things like that. Some people just, they see a video, they don't want to sit and watch a video for 10 minutes or something like that, unless it's something that they're really 100% interested in. They're more interested in live streams these days, or shorts. That's what they're interested in. Okay, we are definitely in the Bargersville area right now, guys. So it'll say a Greenwood address, but it is Bargersville area. So it'd be right on the borderline. Search. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Yeah, you got a good community here, boss man. You got a good community here. We'll be glad to help you out. Yeah. Join my channel each day with Dean. Go to his channel. He helps with, he's a big help with channels. Just Roy Delivers. He can help you too. He's got a good community there. Fran-Dash Phoenix, real good community there. We'll help you out. You want to get monetized? You've come to the right place. Yep. You've come to the right place. We will help you get monetized. If that's your goal, if that's what you want to do. Yeah. Thank you, boss man. Appreciate it. And please subscribe to those that are in blue too. Check their channels out. Yeah, Bruce, if you would, all those that are in blue, I would appreciate you, getting those channels too, so that boss man can check you guys out. So yeah, we're a great community here, man. We're all here to help, and we will. We'll do, said if you want monetization, that's what we do as a group. That's how we help one another. This isn't every man for themselves. We help one another. That's what we do. Yeah. We visit each other's channels. We help one another. Yeah, my channel is especially big on getting you 500 subscribers or 1,000 subscribers and helping with watch hours. Even if I'm at my W-2 and I'm joining a live or watching a video or something, if I can't comment, at least I'll have them on in the background, because I'm too busy at my W-2 doing stuff, especially with the way things are going there right now. I mean, I want to, chime in on lives and stuff, but I can't anymore because I'm too busy. But I'll have you playing in the background. Yeah. Hey, there's Heather. Welcome in, Heather. Yeah, Heather, it's been a very interesting morning, to say the least. Okay, we're still in the Bargersville area, guys. I mean, it is, it will be a Greenwood address because it's right on the borderline, but it is Bargersville area, so. And Bargersville is a part of the Franklin district, so. I mean, Greenwood isn't, but like I said, it is a Greenwood address, but
In 1 mile,
it's just right off of that border. Dean in the chat. Yeah, okay. Fun times in 2026. Yeah. Saying, boss man, you join Just Roy Delivers channel there. You'll have some laughs and a lot of fun. I mean, you'll really enjoy our community. You really will. And we certainly will welcome you to our community, and we'll help you out whenever way we can. And you can, because you'll be able to find some people, who have, who have the same interest as you do. And that's what it's all about. You want to get people who have the same interest in you, the same ideas. You do that, then your channel just takes off. That's what we do. Dean was here. I think he's shopping for Crocs today. Yeah, I think he's live right now. So when he's live, then he kind of just he's in his own little world doing his own thing. But that's okay. This is the team that he picked. He's hoping for them to do really well and challenge into gig life. Yeah. Okay. Boy, this is a elite neighborhood here, it looks like. Okay, they're making me go in the back way. Yeah, I'm having to go in the back way. There's a gate right there, of where the house, I think, is, but the gate's closed. That's why they're making me go this way, kind of out of the way. Yeah, that gate's closed. Otherwise, I could have gone in there, but it's okay. There he is. You see, no live, supporting Illinois. Oh, really? You're not live today? Well, that's a shocker.
Turn right onto Hickory Stick.
Okay, you supporting Illinois? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Dean, I don't know if you know, I removed that first technical because of that police officer. That offset it. So I removed that one. So in case there's another one, it won't be a double T. So I removed that first one. Because that was quite, a surprise, especially for a police, and why I removed it. So, yeah. All right.
In a quarter mile, 4449 Hickory Grove Boulevard, Greenwood, Indiana 46143. USA will be on the right.
Yeah, this is that one street right there is the cutoff between Bargersville and Greenwood. So we're on the Greenwood side of it. Yeah. But it's still a Bargersville area, so yeah. All right. Well, nice to see the sun. I don't like having this thing as hey, let's go Illinois. Yeah. You still have the extra time, but that first technical was removed because of that police officer.
4449 Hickory Grove Boulevard, Greenwood, Indiana 46143. USA is on the right.
Oh, looks like it's right here. Yep. All right. All right, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Well, it said that 2 miles to the Speedway down here, because the Speedway Bargersville does get some business. So, all right, I'm going to turn around here, head back because we'll be back in the Bargersville area. Oh, I could get a flat tax order too. Forgot about that. All right. Luke. Hey, Sonny, welcome in. Yeah. Welcome in, Sonny. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, guys. It's like I said, it's been a crazy beginning to 2026. Yeah. But we're all here. I said, Boss Man, that's another great channel right there. Sunny Chronicles. She'll be glad to help you out getting you watch hours because she's got a lot of people who visit her. So yeah, you got a great community here, man. We're all here to help. That's what we're all here to do. We all help one another, get your watch hours. That's what we do. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I guess that's right. Going left to get back on the road. That's right. Okay. Yeah, it's just weird that, to be back in here. I mean, I never go back here. Yeah. Okay, so 9:30, maybe I'll, go by Meijer. Maybe I'll get another one. Maybe they'll make amends. Who knows? Especially after that blunder. Because of that police officer, I went ahead and removed that first, removed their blunder because I'll tell you what, I could have just as easily given them 2 for that extra time that I lost, but then I would have had to redo the dash at a different time, but I'm not doing that. So just giving them an extra hour at the end. So that's all that is. Yeah. Let's see, technical remove. Yep. Yeah, well, the police officer did that, though, because that was one of the most, I mean, for a police officer to do that to somebody like me, just a dasher, just an ordinary citizen, I mean, that's almost unheard of, especially with the way police officers get bad rap these days. You know, I mean, when the clerk told me that, I was just, if my jaw was able to drop all the way down, it would have hit the counter. I mean, it would have. I was like, what? An ordinary person like me, a citizen? I mean, a police officer doing that for me? What? I said, am I dreaming here, or is it for real? And, then I went up there to the counter. She goes, no, you're fine. I said, he paid for you. I said, okay, I'll take your word for it. I mean, I'm shocked, but, she said, nope, it's for real, man. He took care of you. I said, okay. All right. And I'm like, unbelievable. Yeah. But like I said, it just shows there's good police officers out here. I mean, there is. And maybe a good deed for me saying that, maybe those that are police officers are watching it now, or watching it maybe in the on the replay, maybe we need to praise them more often. And maybe if we praise them more often, instead of making them look like they're just, what some people think they are, maybe some things might change. Because that's what we're after here in 2026, things to change, because there's so many things that are going to try to cause division this year. And case in point was what I went through with support, because, that one person in support, they did not want to give me that $25 back. And I could tell by the way they were talking to me and answering all these questions, giving me the third degree, to which the first support person didn't. They believed everything I said because I sent them the receipt. Well, apparently the receipt to the second one wasn't good enough, and they wanted to give me the third degree and do all this investigation stuff and everything. And I told them, I said, okay, you want to do all this full out investigation? We'll go over to the merchant. We'll talk to all the people over there. I'll give you names. You can interview them, talk to them, whatever it is you need to do. And we'll get it straightened out, because I'm going to get my money today, because it was either $25 or $130. I don't have $130. So, I'm going to get my $25 today, whatever it takes. Because that's somebody's winnings. That's what that is. So if you're taking from me, you're taking from them. That's not happening. It is a beautiful morning. Ooga booga, yeah, okay. Ooga booga, yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a little cloudy, but the second day of 2026, yeah, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. All right, we're going back this way just in case I might get a flapjacks or something. So, yeah. So it looks like it is the Midwest. This is Indiana. Yeah, that's where we're at, Indiana. Bargersville, Indiana, to be honest. That's where we're at, Bargersville, Indiana. Yeah, this is the town of Bargersville for at least a little bit. So, wow, Luke, I was going to get a face strip. Yeah, Luke is the new Jesse. Okay. Oh, man. Fun times, 2026, starting the day off. Yep. Oh, yeah. Music time. I forgot about that. Yep. All right. For Jenny and Kaylee being a part of the membership team. Yep. Hey, well, David, welcome in. Yeah, it is. This is a nice little country road area in Bargersville, Indiana. That's where we're at. We're passing by the Bargersville Fire Department here. Yeah. All right. Yep. All right. Okay, appreciate that for those that for all the jewels and for the gifted memberships. Yep, appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, I would love to do Roy's gifted membership thing, but I can't take that from him. I can't. Yeah, you guys got that's Little Tiny's day now. So yeah, Little Tiny's the one. What was that? Message what? Just seeing what? Okay, somebody just messaged me. I don't know what it is, but I'm like Roy. Once it's delivered, it's done. Yeah, you had your chance to message me. You had 5 minutes. You didn't message me. Oh, I just saw this. I said, well, I'm sorry, but I messaged you a long time ago. If you don't see the message, then you could be just making an excuse. And you've had ample time, and you got to do it. Really. Okay, I'm here at this Speedway. You said this Speedway was having orders, so I'm here. If there's an order here, I'm right here now. You better give it to me now. If you say there's orders, you better give it to me now while I'm here. Yep. No contact efforts complete. Yep, that's the way it is. Yep. I waited at that merchant about 15 minutes. You had 15 minutes to contact me. And if you didn't contact me within that 15 minutes, then, like I said, I don't know what to say. You had your chance. No stealing. Right. And the thing is, too, I mean, that merchant, when I told him I was waiting, I said they didn't respond. And, the merchant even said, now that's rude. I said, they said, there's no need to make anybody wait. I said, no, there isn't. Something important happens and you don't get your full order. You want an explanation as to why. We wanted to, to give a substitute because, this merchant was willing to substitute even an expensive sandwich for, what they were doing because what the customer ordered was very time consuming and very expensive. I said, we will give them the most expensive sandwich, if we will, to substitute it for the inconvenience. But no response, no response, then you don't get it. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. I mean, we give you a chance to respond. You don't respond, then, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Technical may be reapplied with continued contact. I said, well, I don't know about that. I'd have to see what the customer says. Yeah, if the customer says something derogatory, well, then, yeah, maybe so. But no matter what, it doesn't make any difference because no matter even if they give me a poor rating, it's going to be removed because it was customer waited. The order has a long wait time. If it was more than 10 minutes, then whatever the customer says, it's automatically removed anyway because the order took forever. So once you hit that button, then no matter what the customer says, then, they can't give you the bad rating because it's already removed. So, there wouldn't be any technical there because that's already offset. But, like I said, if they say anything derogatory, it doesn't make any difference because it's already, it's the 10-minute rule. If order has a long wait time, then they said your customer rating will not be affected because it's taken forever. Anything anybody says, your customer rating will not be affected because it's taken over 10 minutes. So, and I've had a couple of those today, so that's all you got to do is say, order has a long wait time. If it does, then the message comes up and says your customer rating will not be affected. Just please contact the customer and let them know that their order is running this much late. And it's up to them as to whether they want to wait or cancel the order. You put that in you put that ball in the customer's court. It's up to them as to whether or not they want to wait or cancel the order because they can't wait that long. So, That's what that is. But I mean, if a merchant is going to go out of their way, if they're willing to say, hey, I'm willing to give you, a really expensive sandwich, in replace of something that was really time consuming and, even expensive at that, if I'm willing to do that for you, please contact us and tell us what you want. We'll give it to you. But if you don't contact us and I leave the restaurant, yeah. If DoorDash says your customer name was affected, that means you can smack out a fry. Oh, I wish, but no. Yeah, good idea, but no, we don't do that. No, because another customer, a McDonald's customer earlier, where they didn't leave the light on, where they didn't follow the Motel 6 rule, leave the light on. Yeah, they said that there was something missing from their order. And I told them, I said, well, first of all, the bag is sealed, and it's against Board of Health regulations to open an unsealed bag. So if there's something missing that they didn't put in there, I can't check it for you because it's a sealed bag. Board of Health would highly frown upon it. And, if it's not there, contact DoorDash. They will take care of it for you. Sure, they'll give me, DoorDash will give you a message, say, well, customer was missing this. Well, you're not allowed to check a sealed bag, so how do I know? I think they were missing like an apple pie or something. I think it was an apple pie or some pie or something like that they were missing that they didn't get. I think that's what they said. And at that time of morning, I mean, how many people order apple or cherry or whatever pies? How many people do that? Not very many. And if you're missing a pie, if they just accidentally overlooked it, I mean, I can't, I can't be back there and tell them what they're doing. Yeah, because especially where this McDonald's is, they got it all blocked off to where you can't see what they're doing. So I mean, and then they just hand me the bag that's sealed. So how do I know you're missing an apple pie? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know what to say. But that's what I tell them. I said, we are not allowed to open sealed bags. That's a Board of Health rule. It's also a DoorDash rule too. But if I mention it's Board of Health, then because it is, technically it really is. It is a Board of Health rule. You are not allowed to do that. Okay, because that's contamination. Okay, because you don't know where somebody's hands are. You don't know if people wash their hands or not. That's why I call it a Board of Health thing, because it is. And I think if customers understand, if you use that term and they're like, oh, well, I mean, if the health department doesn't want them touching it, okay, well, then I get it. Yeah. Because it really is. I mean, you really could take that route because that's basically what it is. You don't know where somebody's hands are. You don't know if these dashers wash their hands out. I mean, now I do from time to time. I will go and wash my hands, especially if I've touched some stuff like groceries. I will go into the next merchant and I will wash my hands because, some of that stuff that you get from some of these merchants, I mean, it's really good practice to do that because it's, especially at this time of year when there's all kinds of infirmities going around, you want to keep your hands clean so that you don't pass this stuff around. That's another thing that I say, these infirmities are also going to try to cause division. That's what they tried to do in 2020, was send that major infirmity that doesn't deserve a name. So they tried to do that then. And like I said, they're going to try to do that again. And, that's why I say we got to find ways to prevent that stuff, guys. Constant hand washing and sanitization is going to be important to do this year. And another thing too, one thing that I found effective is taking elderberry. Elderberry is something that's really is important. Even if you take them as capsules, because I take them as capsules, is elderberry capsules. Elderberry is something that prevents, that's supposed to help fight that stuff, whatever it is. So, should you get some hand sanitizer to have in your car? Oh, I do. Yep, I do. Matter of fact, got an order. What we got? Going back to Panera Bread. Yeah, going back to Panera Bread. Okay. So we'll do that. It's $7. All right, we'll go do that. Here, I'll show you. I've got sanitizer.
Then turn right.
Yeah, I'll be glad to show you here.
Turn right.
I sure do. I keep it with me all the
200
time.
feet,
Yeah, I've got
2156
sanitizer.
North Morton Street, Franklin, Indiana 46131. USA will be on the left.
Yep.
2156 North Morton Street, Franklin,
Hang on there,
Indiana
man.
46131. USA is on the left.
Yeah, here, let me show you. Yep, where is it? It's right here. There you go, right there. Hand sanitizer spray. Yep. Yep. Hand sanitizer spray. I use it all the time. Yep. So I keep myself, yep. So there you go. So those of you that think that I don't, I have it. I use that all the time. So always keep that with you too. All right. Let me go in here and get this and I'll be right back. Okay, all they got's bagels. That's a good thing. All right, be right back, guys. Okay. Oh, they didn't want that. All right. Yeah. You use soap. Yeah. What sanitizer will dry your hands? I say, well, I mean, this that I got right here is some really good stuff. It was recommended to me, and you know, you just go. I got that from Dollar Tree. Yeah, I get that from Dollar Tree. You just go in there and I buy that. I spray it, and you know, it goes on, and then all you do is just rub your hands together. It dries off, and it's really effective. It's good stuff. Smells good too. Okay. All right. It's not that far from here. Okay, it's a. Oh, okay. It's right over there by Dale's. Okay, I call it Dale Gribbles, but yeah, it's Dale's. So the guy who said get your Hank Hill, if you're lurking, I'm gonna take you over by that way. You can see Dale's. Yep. Yeah. All right, you're gonna go up here. So I'll be turning right to go down that way. So okay. But yeah, I use that hand sanitizer all the time. It's over at Dollar Tree for like $1.25. It's some good stuff. And, you know, I constantly have it. I mean, I even got, my daughter even got me a couple of things of hand sanitizer for Christmas. So, yeah, I keep it with me all the time. I mean, I'm never without it. When you do this job, or even at my W-2, I mean, we sanitize our stuff all the time at our W-2. Yeah. Because that's the way you got to be, you know, to take your elderberry, and sanitize your stuff. I mean, it helps. I mean, the elderberry really does help, guys. It really does. It's some good stuff, even if you take it in capsule form. It will slow everything down and maybe even prevent it if you take it early enough. So you can like get some elderberry plants, grow the elderberry in your yard. And then do what it takes to make, you know, to use it that way. So I mean, it's good stuff. It really is. Because when the other day, another really good channel, by the way, because we haven't done the Maryland Dash yet. And when I do the Maryland Dash, there's a couple, there's like 3 or 4 in Maryland that would be good at that. So, but that's My Blazing Life. She said that she and her family went through a nasty infirmity, and I told her, to get some elderberry caplets and make some teas out of certain things. And she said it helped. I mean, she still had to take antibiotics, but she said that my suggestions kind of made her, it kind of it didn't remove the whole thing, but it certainly got rid of some of the symptoms that. So, all right, well, bye, days. Yeah. Because maybe to close it out, I might get a Dale's. That would be cool. Okay. Because then we'll be heading back west, and we'll turn Uber on, and we'll see if we can get some dirty stacks. Because it's time for that. But remember, later tonight, it will be, we'll have 3 hours tonight instead of 2, because of the lost time that we had from Meijer. So... But yeah, it's just been a crazy morning, good and bad. And but I mean, really, even with that lost hour, still did pretty good with the with the money here. I mean, not that bad. I mean, those two, that shopping order anyway, without all that rigmarole, was what, just $25 just in the. Was $26 just in that. 16 plus 10, $26 just for that shopping order. I make that in 2 hours. So generally I do. So it kind of worked out that way to make it in 2 hours because I lost an hour. So yeah. All right, so we're just gonna go up here. Okay, now I'll do this.
Continue for a half mile.
Oh man, what a day, guys. But not a bad thing at all. All right, here, we'll just, there we go. Yeah, he uses soap, yeah. Now, I don't have soap in the car, or I would use it, but any chance I get, if I'm waiting on an order, I will go and wash my hands, because that's what I do.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Drake Road.
Yeah. Because that's what we're supposed to do. And, that's why I tell everybody, I said, if there's something missing in there, I said, hey, the Board of Health says, it's a Board of Health regulation. We are not allowed to open, we're not allowed to open sealed containers.
USA will be on the left.
Because even though technically they really haven't said it, I really believe wholeheartedly that it would be, because, you're interfering, tampering with, a customer order, whether they want you to or not, is still, in my opinion, a violation. And, we're not doing that. So, okay, so it's this
95 Drake Road, Franklin, Indiana 46131. USA is on the left.
Okay, I'm just going to park right here and walk down there. Okay, just going to do one of these numbers. All right, guys. Be right back. It was one of those that you had to go all the way around the building to get to, to get to the person. Yeah, because the front door was right here, but you had to have a badge to get in there. So I had to, so I asked, how do I get there? And so the lady, took me all the way around the building to get to where I needed to drop that off. That's all right. Yeah. California Line Dasher, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yeah, it's been one of those. Sorry about you had catering. Okay, well, I'd like to have a catering order sometime. It's been a while since I've had a catering order. All right, I gotta see. Okay, he's going to the bank. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, he's going to the bank. So, all right, going up here by Dale's. So Hank Hill, if you're lurking, well, here you are. See, I was earning trends today. Not too bad, but I mean, I had a Meijer order from hell earlier today. That I had to issue a technical foul on because the clerk forgot to scan two 24 packs of Diet Coke that I had to pay out of pocket. And because the one person that they asked, I said, well, how do we do that once the thing's been done? And I said to them, well, and then they said, well, we'd have to cancel the whole order out. I said, no, we can't do that because if you do that, it would take forever to get to the DoorDash card, and then I'd have to pay for the whole thing out of my pocket. And I did not have, $130, to give them. I just didn't have that. So, yeah, they would have had to redo that whole thing. I have $26, but I don't have $130. So, because that's how much that stuff was they bought. I mean, they bought $70 worth of cleaning stuff. I mean, all kinds of cleaning stuff, laundry stuff, cleaning. I mean, they acted like it was March when it's only January. So, you know what I mean? Spring cleaning. Well, we're nowhere near spring. I mean, we just had the solstice like 10 days ago. So, all right, well, we're just going to go drive down here right now. And, okay, so the dash is done because it's 10 o'clock. So, okay, so we made $53. So, but remember, we made $53 technically in 3 hours instead of 4 because we lost an hour. So, yeah, who keeping me busy? I said a lot. And California, also, I want to mention, too, that my day started with a police officer paying for my, for this coffee right here from Speedway. A police officer paid that for me. And I was like, for Franklin Police Department. I say kudos to the Franklin Police Department in case anybody's watching. Yeah. I said, one of your guys did a really good deed today, and I certainly appreciate that. And, that removed that first technical, and, it was a wonderful thing. I mean, I didn't expect it. I was really surprised and taken away by it. Like I said, if my jaw was able to drop, it would have hit the counter, because that's exactly, what I thought is that, some police officer buying something for a civilian citizen. Honestly, I said that was the biggest shock I've ever seen. And I don't know. I mean, it was a wonderful thing. And like I say, there are some really good ones out there, and that just proved it. But the clerk had said to me, the one that would check me out said that, came to me while I was pouring my coffee and said, this fine police officer is paying for your coffee because he got the same one today. And it's because he sees you in here all the time collecting orders from us. And I've said, okay, well, I have seen that officer in there, quite often when I have been in there to get gas and to pick up orders from there, because he one time when I had someone had ordered a bunch of Monster drinks or something like that, and he saw me pick up the order, and I guess that was the reason why. So, you sure he doesn't watch you? He could be. I don't know. He could be. Could be. You never know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, that's a possibility. Maybe. I don't know. But all I know is that he has seen me over there before picking up orders from there. And that's what the clerk told me. They said, I said, he sees you all the time and picking up order. I said, in fact, here's one passing by now. And I said, your colleague did a wonderful thing today and is getting praised on my YouTube channel. So, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice to say something positive about that, for a change, when all I see is everyone getting a bad rap. I mean, come on now. We're here this year to unify. We're here, for unity. We're not here. See, there's going to be things that I believe, the reason why I'm calling this year the Eye of the Tiger, not to take anything away from Stallone and his movie, not to take anything away from, Survivor and the song, Eye of the Tiger, nothing to take away from that, because that's not what I intend to do. There's 2 officers there. Yeah. Here, we'll let this, go ahead. There's nobody coming. I'll just wait for you. Yeah. So, but not to take anything away from those, because, the reason why I call it Eye of the Tiger is because there's going to be attempts this year, I believe, wholeheartedly, I believe, I'm not a psychic, I'm not prophetic or anything like that. I just have a strong feeling in my heart that there's going to be some things this year that are going to cause division. And that's what Clubber Lang's character in Rocky 3 was to cause division. He was to cause division, for Rocky and his manager, as you see what happened. He was to cause division between Rocky and his wife. He was to cause division between Rocky and his title. That's what his goal was. And the thing about that was, Rocky really didn't see that in that movie. He didn't see who Clubber really was. Mickey did. Mickey watched Clubber's every move, went to all those fights. And that's when he told Rocky, Rocky said, so I'm ready to, see, this guy wants a fight, because Rocky was going to retire, and said, Mickey wants a fight. Mickey said, well, if you're going to fight this guy, you're going to do it without me. And Rocky's like, well, why? I said, you've always trusted me. He said, because you can't win, Rock. I said, you haven't seen this guy. I have. He will destroy you. I've watched his every move while you sat back and looked at all your glory. You trade your passion for glory. Yeah. That's what that song was saying. You traded your passion for glory. You can't win, Rock. This guy, knows this. And this guy will attack that. And I'm not going to watch him destroy you. See, I care about you too much to be a part of this. And what happened? He goes into that fight just lackadaisical, not really prepared like he should have been, and then just got beat because he wasn't ready. He wasn't prepared. He didn't have all his ducks in the order. Apollo saw that, and Apollo knew what to do about that, because it was all in his head instead of his heart. And that's what Apollo tried to do, was to get his heart back. And that's why I'm saying, you say, hey, Christian, welcome in. That's why I'm saying, the stuff that's going to try to cause division, guys, I said, that's why I say there's going to be clubbers that are going to try to appear in people's lives to do that. And we don't want to see that happen. And that's why I said by New Year's Eve, reconcile with who you need to reconcile. Get your finances in order. That's really imperative this year. Get your finances in order. Anything you got to pay, don't let things go. Get finances together. Reunite with your families. Reconcile with those if you have to. If you're thinking about doing something to divide your family, think again. Because there's going to be so much affected by it. You don't want to make bad choices this year. Think before you make the choices. It's the eye of the tiger. That's my feeling. Yeah. It's like I said, it's just, it's like bringing Rocky 3 back. If we got to bring that back to show everybody what this year is going to be, then maybe we need to do it. We need to bring the song back too. Those of you that are the producers of Survivor Eye of the Tiger, you're band members of Eye of the Tiger, I'm giving you guys credit. I'm giving Stallone credit, all you guys credit for this, because I really believe in my heart that's what this year is, the Eye of the Tiger. I want to see the Eye of the Tiger song do what Chubby Checker did, was leave the charts and go back up to #1, just like Chubby Checker did. I want to see that happen. I really believe this is that time of year. It may be the year of the horse according to the Chinese calendar, but I still think in my heart, I really believe if everybody really thinks about it, it is the Eye of the Tiger year. There's going to be attempts to cause division. And we need to come together. It's no matter what country you're from, it's going to happen everywhere. Get with your families, get with your, your finances, everything together. Stop Clubber in his tracks before he attacks. That's what I'm saying. I say this all the time in my lives, because I don't want people to go through what I went through. Case in point, 2012. Okay? I'm on vacation for 2 weeks because I earned it. I earned finally got 3 weeks of vacation. I took one earlier, at my W-2 then. I start my first of 2 weeks of my vacation. What's going on at my W-2? There was an announcement made that the company was not doing well, and they thought in order to make ends meet, they had to take all the workers. That had to agree on that. Well, the truckers union, they didn't want to do it, but they ended up agreeing because they wanted to keep their jobs. But on the other hand, the union that I was involved with, they said absolutely not. They said, you either keep us the way we are or you close the doors, because we're not budging. So what'd the company do? They closed the doors. And so when I get back from vacation, I'm getting ready to go, I get back from vacation, I get an email the day before I go back to work that says, don't bother coming back because the doors are closed for good. And then I got the indication on the news that the company had filed bankruptcy and closed their doors for good. And so what did that do for me? Here, I go on vacation and I have a job. I come back from vacation, I don't have a job. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't prepared. That was the clubber that came and knocked me down. That was clubber knocking me down then and kept me down for 2 years. Well, not quite 2 years, but almost. I didn't have any skills to get another position. I had to file for unemployment. And then I had to get the unemployment money, which was nowhere near what I was making. I had to continuously look for jobs. Then the state unemployment ran out. I had to go to the federal. When I went to the federal, because every time I tried to get a job, I didn't have enough skills or enough experience to the places I wanted to go. And because, even managers would say, you don't have enough experience, otherwise we'd hire you. So then I went to the federal. Then I was hired. I was given a caseworker. I went through the same thing with the caseworker. We did everything we could. But even with a caseworker, I still got messages. You don't have enough experience. Just like in Rocky 2, you don't have no experience. I said, do what, just go ahead and fight and do what you want to do. If you don't have experience doing something, then we can't use you. It was that way with me. And then, am I trying out? No, I'm just doing, no, I have a W-2 that I quality control for housing products. That's what I do now. I mean, this is 2012 that we're talking about, Teddy. This is 2012. So I lose my in 2012, then 2013, it gets to the federal. Then something is passed that said, we're not doing federal benefits anymore. So then I had nothing. I had absolutely nothing. So anyway, I had to give up my apartment. I had to give up everything I had except for one thing, and that was my 2009 Plymouth Voyager. Yep. That was the only thing I had to my name. I ended up homeless because there was nothing coming in, and I had to live that life for a little bit. Then finally, one of the programs that that homeless place was involved with, they helped me find a job. It took them a while, but they helped me find a job. So not really a job that I wanted to do, but they said something is better than nothing, and I said yes, that's right. So that's how I got onto Amazon. So when I got onto Amazon, then I did that, and then I slowly got things back together. In 2014, things picked up. Because at the beginning of, it's like Apollo showed up. It's like Apollo showed up on January of 2014 when I played the song Things Can Only Get Better by Howard Jones. That's when Apollo showed up to help me get back on my feet again. And I haven't looked back since. So that's why I say, guys, you know, just because you have a great job and everything now, don't forget to have a backup plan, because it's better to have a backup plan and not need it than need it and not have it. Don't do what I did. You know, because I mean I had no idea that Clubber was going to show up, you know, and close the doors on the company. I had no idea. And I wasn't just down, I was down for a while. And I was down hard too. I was at the rock bottom. That's what Clubber did to me. Don't let that happen to you. Think before you do. If you're going to do something to hurt someone else, think before you do. Because remember, we reap what we sow, more than we sow, and later than we sow. I just feel so strongly about that this year, guys. I mean, I've never felt, even though I'm not a psychic or a prophet and don't want to be, you could offer me $100 billion, you know, to say, oh, you can tell somebody's future. No, our future is what we make it, not what someone else said it's going to be. We determine our own futures. We make our own decisions. You don't need to pay somebody to say, oh, you're going to do this in your future, you're going to do this. We determine our own future. You don't need someone to tell you what it is. And that's why I say backup plans are essential this year for finances, employment, families, whatever. Yeah. James, welcome in. France. I didn't see that for them. But I say all the time, guys, because like I said, I have never felt so strong about something in my life. I never have. And for me to not consider myself a prophet or a psychic or anything like that, I feel so strong about this. I've never felt anything more strong. I mean, Eye of the Tiger was #1 for 6 weeks in 1982, and Stallone decided to use it. It was the perfect song to use for that movie. And for someone that's one of the greatest actors that I've ever watched, he wrote his Rocky movies. I mean, he knew what he was talking about. He was talking about some things from his experience. And, you know, trying to get some message to people. And his inadvertent message, which is what I'm displaying right now, was don't let Clubber, you know, don't let a Clubber Lang come and get you at your most vulnerable time. You got to stay prepared. It's just like the song says, you know, don't lose your grip on the dreams of your past. You got to fight to keep them alive. And Rocky did not do that in that first meeting. It took Apollo to show him, where is that fight? Where is that heart? Why did you let it go? Why did you just think because, you know, you got a little glory now? Why did that stop your heart from growing? You got to get that back. This guy had nothing on you, but you let him have it on you because you lost your heart. You lost your heart, your drive to be the very best thing you wanted to be. And And yes, Teddy, it certainly is. So those of you out there in billboard land and the producers, directors, the band itself, Survivor, I want to see that song get back on the charts. Because I really believe that this is Eye of the Tiger is this year, even though it's the year of the horse on in the Chinese calendar. We need to send the message to the people: be prepared for anything. Prepare yourself. Don't get caught off guard. That's got to be the message this year. Do not get caught off guard. Prepare yourself. Do not let anything try to come between you and your families. Don't let anything try to come between you and your job. Don't let anything try to come between you and your finances. Get things in order. It's like Tommy said on the, on my thumbnail. I said, gear up and prepare for 2026. I have never felt so strong about something in my life, folks. Okay, we use that word here, so we're gonna use that word here, okay? Yeah, let's be respectful, all right? I'm trying to, I'm trying to get a message across, guys, that we gotta be prepared this year, because I really believe this is going to be going to be a year where there's going to be some things that are going to try to cause division, and that's what we got to prevent. My channel is all about addition and multiplication. There's no such word. It's like Tom Slick. Yeah, like this. There's no such word as division in Big 3 dashing marigold. Because there isn't. That's what I'm trying to prevent. Hey, Danny, welcome in. That's what I'm trying to prevent. Everyone, you got to have the mind of the Eye of the Tiger. You got to be the one that says, I will not stand for division. I will not let anything come between me and my family. I will not let anything come between me and my spouse. I will not let anything come between me and my finances. I will not let anything come between me and my, and my employment or my empire that I built. I'm not going to let, or anything that I've built. I'm not going to let anything take that away from me. You got to have that mindset. If I didn't care about you guys and care about everybody, like I do, because I feel so strong about this, I wouldn't say this. But I have never in my life ever felt anything strong like this. Never. I mean, it's like, you're putting Rocky 3 back on the screen again. Maybe if we need to do that, we do. Or if we need to put the song back on the air and take it back to number 1, maybe we do. I mean, the radio station that I listen to plays it all the time. But for that song to be number 1 for 6 weeks, there was a reason why. Because it has a message that says, you trade your passion for glory. But at the same time, don't lose your grip on your dreams of the past, because you got to fight to keep them alive. If you had a dream from the past to build an empire, to build, a business or whatever, do not let anything come between it. Don't lose your passion. You know where the Overland Missouri is? Rebecca, I do not. Yeah. I mean, came to me, guys. This came to me in July of last year. I never said anything about it until like October. because of some things that happened around July and stuff that, going around, it's, like I said, this is for everybody around the world, not just here in the States, everybody around the world. Because this channel welcomes everybody from all walks of life, all countries, all nationalities. I'm saying this to you in all the different countries too, because it goes for you as well as it does for those in the States. Don't let anything come between you and the things you love. You must fight to keep that alive. Do not let, figuratively speaking, of course, do not let a Clubber Lang, like happened to me in 2012, do not let a Clubber Lang try to take something away from you. You got to fight to keep it going. If you see something like that, is making a comeback, just like, Rocky's manager, Mickey did. Mickey saw what was going on. And he said, Rocky can't beat this guy. This guy is out for blood. This guy, will destroy anything in his way. Rocky can't win this. Not the way he is right now. He doesn't have the heart that he once had. He has to develop that, or he will not beat this guy. And it was proven. It took Apollo to show him you got to get that heart back. And even if it takes a former foe to help you get back on your feet, maybe that's what it takes. That's why I say, guys, it's imperative. Reconciliation may be imperative. Forgiveness. Oh, forgiveness. Yeah, I could talk about that for long. But there's a lot of people that come out and say, well, I can't forgive. Somebody did this to me, and they really hurt me that bad. What are we waiting on here? There's nobody coming from the left. That's where you got to wait on, is somebody coming from the left. I don't know what they're waiting on. Yeah. Behind the wheel driving? Root a while? Yeah, I'm behind the wheel driving. Yeah, I take, I don't know if it's just someone that doesn't know the, the rules of, of being being on one of those roundabouts. Maybe they don't know. Some places, it's there, but there wasn't anybody coming for a long while. And it's like they're just standing there looking. It's like there was somebody not coming for halfway down the street. They treated it like a stop sign instead of a roundabout. And if they do that at the wrong time, especially in this town, they could find their cars smashed, because there's people in this town that don't care when it comes to driving. Yeah, people in this town, they'll run you over. They don't care. They'll run stoplights here. They'll run stop signs here. They'll turn right in front of you. They'll get right behind you, and then if you're getting ready to turn or something like that, they'll speed to get around you and pass the red light if they have to. That's how they are here. They're not quite that way in Franklin. That's the way they drive here. That's why you got to be careful. You got to keep. You got to be very defensive when you drive in this town. You just do. You got to be a very defensive driver. Sounds like your town. Yep. Very, very defensive. And it almost sounds like, what I'm saying is when it comes to defensive, that's kind of what it almost sounds like I'm saying here, is like, this is the time, to be on the defensive. Because, there's some coaches, and Bob Knight in Indiana was one of them. He said, you win your best games playing your best defense. Yes, you can be good at offense, okay, because offense is your big strength. But you're not going to win if you can't play defense. And that's why a lot of his his players and his teams won a lot of games, was because defense was his thing. You have to know how to defend, even on the other opponent's home court. You still have to learn how to defend. You got to play your best game everywhere. You win your best games on the road. And it's the truth. You do. You win your best games on the road. You're waiting for me? Okay. Thank you. Yep. But that's why I say, guys, I mean, I'm just saying what I'm saying today because I have never felt this strong about something in my life. I never have. I mean, it's like midnight comes, we're going from I'm Still Standing to, which was the theme from last year, at least in my opinion it was, to Eye of the Tiger. And I just think that this is the time that we all need to come together, no matter what country you're from. Come together as a group and make your country great. Doesn't matter what it is. Make your country great. Make your country thrive. Unite. Make it strong. Help one another. Assist one another. Do what you can. Take care of each other. Lend a helping hand every now and then. I mean, I felt bad because that guy came to me and said that he needed a jump. I was delivering 2 orders, or I would have went on ahead and said, yeah, if you have jumper cables, sure, I'll help you out. But I couldn't because I was delivering 2 orders. Otherwise, I would have. Because that's what we're supposed to do. Well, I'm about to get up here and we're getting ready to start round 2. And we're going to turn Uber on. Let's see, is that a message that says that it's busy? I don't know if it says that or not. But you just got to be aware of the unexpected, guys. Me losing my job in 2012, especially that fast, was totally unexpected. Are you going to move? Because I got to turn here. Totally unexpected. And then because I wasn't prepared, I didn't know what to do. Being totally unprepared, my life took a downturn really fast. I mean, when I was down, let me tell you something, I was down. And I didn't get back up again until 2014. When I heard the song, Things Can Only Get Better, which was the theme that year, at least in my opinion it was. And then I never looked back since. Because once I got Amazon and started rebuilding, and then all of a sudden, I was looking for something different because, my reign with Amazon was going to come to an end because at that time they were refurbishing the building that I was doing and cutting hours, and I could not stay there. But because of my experience at Amazon, that's what got me the job that I have today. It's because of my experience there. And I haven't looked back since. That's the reason why now I have the job that I have, because 2014 helped me get there. Yes, you had to rebuild. But at the same time, sometimes that rebuild will get you what you really need when you need it. But hey, there's Melissa. Welcome, Melissa. Welcome in. Certainly appreciate it. It's been a crazy day, Melissa. Very crazy day. Okay, we're right at the max, which is exactly what I want. So let's put it back in here. There we go. All right. Okay, let's start round 2. All right. It says we have 2 minutes to wait, and I don't know about that, but all right. Well, that's red here, I guess. All right. Now let's turn Uber on. Okay. All right. Now we got Uber on. Ooh, cool. I'm at 43% on my acceptance rate on Uber. That's good. All I need is 7 and I'll be in platinum. Not only got 2%. Yeah, that's a good thing. Okay. Well, my Uber is definitely improving. That's a good thing. Yeah. All right. So, all right. Well, I already sent that, so, okay. Yeah, no, that's not happening. So, they want me to do cash orders. No, thank you. I'm not doing that. Nope. I have nothing. I don't keep any of that with me, and I never will. That's nothing but problems. I've heard nothing but problems about that. So, you can forget that. That's not happening. Okay. All right, let me see something here real quick. All right. Oops. 1. Okay. All right. Do you know if I'm crazy for taking this order? I should bring up to 109 beats, walking, sitting, and just waiting for Let's Payment. Oh, man. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's going to keep you busy and instead of sitting around waiting, which I don't like to do either, I'm just saying that my average wait here is 2 to 9 minutes, and I took some orders up there, so yeah. I mean, my at least my completion rate went up, so that's a good thing. So that helps my points. So that definitely helped me there. I'll go down a little bit. Just sit here for a few minutes here while we're waiting here. Now I got Uber on, so hopefully we'll get Dirty Stack. That would be nice. Yeah, because I always love those. Anything that I love, it's Dirty Stacks. $36 going 64 on Roadie. Well, I would have to think about that one. I would have to think about that one. I'm not sure about that one. I really would have to think about that. That would be that'd be kind of rough. Yeah. I'm not sure. 36 going 64. But of course, we don't know what Roadie is. A bunch of dogs, animal items at PetSmart. Oh, okay. PetSmart. Well, I'll tell you, the pets, I mean, I turn down a lot of PetSmart orders when I'm in Franklin. And the reason I do is because a lot of the PetSmart orders there go way out of town. I mean, the PetSmart orders that that I would get there, they want you to go, they offer you like $20 or something like that to go 25-30 miles way out of your zone, when really that's $25. Instead of it being like 25 miles, you're actually going 50 miles. So you're wasting gas and you're only getting 50 cents a mile if you're even getting that. So that, yeah, I don't mess with that. I mean, if I get a PetSmart order, it has to be in town. Otherwise, I don't take it, because I can't do that. That's just too far. It's way too far. Dog food. This is the closest PetSmart to certain locations. Well, yeah, you got to think about that. Well, it's the same thing with the one in Franklin too. I mean, they've asked me to go to Martinsville. They've asked me to go to Morgantown. They've asked me to go to Indianapolis, south of Indianapolis, to take PetSmart orders. or can be. No, that's too far. It's way too far. Now, if it's an Uber and Uber overlaps, and then you get an Uber where you're going, that's different, but not DoorDash. Because if it's an Uber, then you go up there. Since Uber overlaps, then say, hey, he's up here. We'll give him an Uber up here, and then you'd be doing something up there. DoorDash, it's different though, so that's why I never accepted on DoorDash. But I've never had a PetSmart on Uber before, or Pet Supplies Plus over here on Uber. I've never had one of them. So, okay, we're only going to sit here for a few minutes. You can always try to get some orders going back towards your main zone anyway. Okay. All right, we'll just sit here for a couple minutes. All right, we'll just go ahead and we're not going to stay here. We're just going to go ahead and move on down. Let's try to get some, see if we can get some Uber going here. I'd like to see some Uber orders here. And a pretty good deal. I mean, last night I did Dash. I was going to try to go live last night, but I was so busy because of the Indiana game. I mean, it was really busy last night, and I made almost $90 in 3 hours, guys. Almost $90 in 3 hours. That's how it was. Because I basically dashed, throughout the Indiana game. That's where I made all my money because everybody was watching that. And that's where I got that's where all the money came from. Almost everybody I delivered was watching that game. Because, I mean, I had Papa John. See, I had, went to Papa John's 3 times, went to Pizza Hut twice, Little Caesars twice. Took, the Little Caesars took forever, but then I had like a wing stop, couple of Taco Bells. I mean, I stayed busy. I mean, it was for 3 hours, that was not bad at all. I mean, I'd planned on going live, but because I was so busy, I never got a chance to really do it. So, but man, it was a really good night last night. It really was. But like I said, everybody was watching the Indiana game. What a game it was. And I was just surprised at that. Because nobody thought that Indiana had a chance against Alabama. They said, well, Alabama beat Georgia and they beat Oklahoma. And, they said Indiana has no chance. Yeah, well, they underestimated Indiana, didn't they? Indiana has a better team than what these commentators seem to think they are. And they did the same thing with the Pacers last year. They said, oh, the Pacers can't beat the Knicks. They'll be 0-4 against the Knicks in, last year. Well, they ate their words because they got to game 7 of the finals. And I know all their jaws were dropped. There was a lot of sad faces when the Pacers were going on and the Knicks weren't. I'd never seen so many sad faces and commentators talking low, knowing that they were wrong, and they just they felt embarrassed for the fact that Indiana was going on and they weren't. I mean, they just don't want to talk good about Indiana teams. There are some commentators that I can tell throughout the years that absolutely hate Indiana teams. Back in the when the Colts won in 2006, there were commentators that were absolutely livid because the Patriots didn't beat the Colts in the Final Four. I mean, they were just downright angry because the Colts were going on and the Patriots weren't. I mean, and it's not like they were really trying to show their anger, but they were trying to be professional about it. But you could tell in some of the words they were using and the kind of talk that they were doing, they were absolutely livid because the Colts were going on. And the same thing with the Fever last year. The Fever wasn't supposed to go on to the second round. They said that the commentators were absolutely livid about that too. They said the Fever, were out so many players, and yet they're going to the second round. They didn't deserve to even win one game in the first round. But it's because they're underestimated. They underestimate the coaching and the teams, that are playing, because these teams are fighting. They're not laying back and saying, what the making the prophecy of the commentators true. They don't believe that. That's one of the reasons why I like the Big Ten. If you're a 1-10 team and you're playing on your home court against a 10-0 team, or an 11-0 team, are you just going to lay back and just let that team, whip you on your own home court? No, you're not. Because you're playing in front of your home fans. And your fans aren't going to appreciate you just laying down and let a team beat you. You're going to fight on your own home court, because you just never know in the Big Ten. It doesn't matter what court you're on. If you're not on top of your game, that 1-10 team can beat you. And I've seen that happen. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about this conference, and one of the reasons why I'm doing it. What do we got? You had Big City Pizza picking up an order, and you saw that the Indiana game, that team was way ahead compared to the other team. Yeah. Because it was Alabama. Alabama beat Georgia. Alabama beat Oklahoma. Sure, they lost 3 games, but they say, they beat those. If they can beat Georgia and and Oklahoma, well, they can whip Indiana. Well, that they ate their words, because Indiana showed them that they weren't going to back down. No matter what the commentators said, they weren't going to back down. They were going to prove to be the team they are. And even those that are still naysayers on them, they're going to say, you can naysay us all the time, because we are a team that you're underestimating, that you think can't win. We're going to show you we can. And it's like, I saw some of the commentaries, like, the post games. I mean, there was a couple of, commentators that looked like, that just looked like, they just looked like they were totally defeated. They were like, Alabama only scored 3 points against Indiana? Are you serious? Alabama played that bad against a team that was a pushover? Really? That's what was on their face. They couldn't believe it, because they didn't think Indiana was isn't a number 1 seed. It's absolutely amazing how Indiana sports is hated. When the Pacers were so good back in the 90s, they hated him then too. Because they wanted the Knicks to win everything, and they just said, when the Pacers go on to to the finals against against the Lakers, there were a lot of sad faces, because they couldn't believe the Pacers were going, and the Knicks weren't going. They were like, unbelievable. Let's see. Hey, Maureen Butter, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yep. Thank you very much. You cannot underestimate the underdogs. Just because a team is performing that you think is either fake or is just, or lucky or whatever thing, luck has nothing to do with it. If a team, is willing to fight hard to prove who they are, if they have to continue to do so to get you to believe that they're for real, if that's what they have to do and beat every team that they can to show that they're a champion team, or at least for the Pacers, who seem to be underdogs that whole time, to get to the game 7 of the finals, when everybody thought they weren't even going to get to the finals or even get past round 2. Yeah. You got to know who you're talking about. You got to see the team for what it is before you can say that they're no good. And they've said that about Indiana teams for years because they hate Indiana teams. I've seen that. And when Indiana does well, no matter who it is, they're shocked. Their mouths are hitting the floor. Their faces are like, I can't believe it. They look defeated because they thought something and it was the other way. And it's a shame because Indiana teams need to be more respected. That they're not out there being pushovers. They're trying. They play hard. Bob Knight's team played hard. Gene Cady's team played hard. I mean, look at Matt Painter. His team's playing hard. They're not pushovers. They got good coaches. Just like the Fevers coach. I mean, there's even as controversial as she's been, even with the team down, and they still had key players that could win, and she proved that in round one. It takes somebody to believe in you to get to the next level. Because even if the media and all the sportscasters and stuff don't believe in you, if your coach does and your teammates do, you can prove others wrong. Because you have the heart. That's what it takes, the heart. That's what the Fever had. They had the heart. That's what the Pacers had last year. They had the heart. Even though there were some injuries that happened in Game 6 and 7, they still fought. And even though they got beat, it was like Rocky 1. They went the distance. And that's what everybody was upset about. The Pacers went the distance. Even though they lost, like Rocky 1, they went the distance. And that made him just as angry about them going the distance as it was even if they would have won. And I'm sure the coaches have probably said that. Even if we don't win, we need to go the distance. We need to show, these people who say that we're nothing, if we go the distance, we can show everybody what we're really made of. And that's part of the song. Went the distance. Part of that Eye of the Tiger song. Went the distance. Because that's what Rocky was emphasizing in his first movie. Even if I don't win, I want to go the distance. I want to show everybody I'm not a pushover. I want to show everybody that I can, that I can win. Even if I don't, I want to show them that I can, take it all the way to the buzzer. And even if I lose by 1 point, I still fought hard. Okay, we're going to keep on moving here. We're going to do the tornado garden trick. So we'll just do that for a second here. But Indiana proved yesterday that even as good a team as Alabama was not ready to play that team. And they showed it. When I saw the highlights of that, because I was dashing, I saw the highlights and they just looked lost. Their defense was lacking. And they said they had a really good defense. I didn't see it. I mean, they let, Indiana, great running game. They couldn't stop the run. Indiana could stop the run, but Alabama didn't. And then that set up the passes, which is exactly the way the Patriots played for years. If you have a run game, and then you catch the defense off guard by the passing game. That's why Brady was so good for all those years, because he knew that. So did Belichick. Belichick, coached that way. You see, Brady played that way because if you can do both, you're going to catch them off guard. That's why they won so many championships, was because they were consistent on doing that. Okay. All right, so I did that. We're going to go ahead and drive around again to see if we get anything, and I'll drive around the side here. All right. But yeah, Queen is right. Never underestimate the underdogs. Don't think that just because you're a powerhouse, Georgia found that out too. Yeah. Georgia found out last night, playing Ole Miss. They thought, they could beat Ole Miss because they beat Ole Miss, during the conference season. Ole Miss showed them something yesterday. That if they find a hole in your offense or defense, they can take advantage of it, and that's exactly what happened. Same thing with Miami and Ohio State. Miami knew they could beat Ohio State. They had the confidence, even as a 10 seed. They thought Ohio State was going to really, put a spanking on Miami. It was the other way. Miami knew that they could beat Ohio State. They knew it. And the reason why they knew they could beat Ohio State is because Indiana beat Ohio State. And they were coming off that loss that Miami was going to take advantage of. And that's how Miami played. They played on that. That's how, when I saw the highlights of that game, that's how Miami played. They knew they could win. And they did everything they could to win that game. Yeah. If you really believe deep down in your heart that you can win, even if the odds are against you, you can. Just like Rocky 2. Yeah. Even though you went the distance and won the rematch, Apollo just wanted to, to end it instead of winning it in the, by decision again. He wanted to take Rocky down because he felt like, it wasn't over until he was down for the count, and that cost him. Because you don't need to be down for the count to win. Because if you think that you're the one that need to knock him down, you're the one that's going to get knocked down. And that's exactly what happened. You can win, but there's a right way to do it. Where you got Oregon or Indiana? I got Indiana. They beat Oregon on Oregon's home court. Or home field. Yes, Oregon's going to be out for blood. I know they are. And I know that Cignetti is going to tell them, I said, yes, we beat them before, but you still have to be on your game. Because you got to watch that game that they played against Texas Tech and say, listen, you got to see who that team is. Yeah, you beat them before, but they're going to be a completely different team when you play them again. You got to watch the tapes. You got to see what they're doing, because it's not going to be the same as before. It's going to be completely different, and it is. Take 1989, Illinois. We're talking about Illinois. Illinois beat Michigan twice in the regular season. But what happened? Michigan went to the Final Four to play Illinois again. It was a completely different Michigan team than the team that Illinois played before. And Illinois lost that game because Michigan had the heart. They had a new coach that coached them with heart. Because everybody thought Illinois was going to be in the Final Four and go after it. It was the same thing with Duke and Seton Hall. They thought Duke was going to go back there with the great teams that they had, but Seton Hall showed them something different. But it's like, Illinois played Michigan twice, beat them twice during the regular season. But you come to that game where everything's on the line. Michigan played like they wanted to win. And that's how they won. Because they weren't going to let Illinois beat them 3 times. And I think it's going to be, it's going to be a really good game between Indiana and Oregon. It is. It's going to be a great game. It's going to come down to the last second. And I think it's going to be a field goal that's going to win it. Because I know Oregon's going to play that hard. Oregon is not going to let Indiana beat them like Indiana beat Alabama. I know it. Oregon is going to play till the last second. I really believe that. But Indiana has to have the eye of the tiger feeling to go against this Oregon team and know that, you know, it's not going to be a cakewalk, because it isn't. Yes, you beat them on their home field, but it's a completely different thing when everything is on the line. It's a completely different scenario, and it's not going to be just like it was. It won't be that way, because if you think it is, nope, it won't be like that. You gotta play like it's, you know, because remember, it's one and done. Same in college basketball in the playoffs. It's one and done. You either win or you're done. Period. You have to give it everything you have. Play like it's the last game you'll ever play. But do it in a way to where you win, though. That's, you know, that there's a difference on that. Play like it's, you know, everything that you have. I mean, regardless of how high the ladder is, you got to take every game like it's the championship game. I believe it was John Wooden who said that. You play every game like it's, you know, it's the championship game. No matter how high up you got to go, however many games you win, you got to take every game that way. That's why they won 10 championships. Was because that was the mindset. Take every game as it's the championship game. And if you have a coach that coaches that way, then your team is going to play that way. And I believe it was the same thing with Belichick and Brady. Same thing. I believe it was the same way with Phil Jackson and the Bulls. You know, all the championships they won. They had the coach that said, play every game like it's the championship game. Doesn't matter who the team is. It doesn't matter where in the playoffs you are. Play it's like the championship game. You do that every time, you're going to win. That's what good coaches do. It'd be tough for Indiana to beat Oregon twice. But yeah, it is. That's why I say I believe that game is going to go right down to the wire, and it's going to take a field goal to win it. I really believe it's going to be a field goal that's going to decide that game. It's going to be a field goal. But yeah, cold pack, yeah. It's going to be a field goal, guys. I really believe that it will be. But Indiana has not had a team like this since 1987. I mean 1967. 1967. It's been that long since Indiana's had a team like this. All right, come on now. We got to see, where are the orders here? I mean, come on, guys. I mean, even the Uber orders. I mean, come on now. Here it is, 11 o'clock, and we're not getting any orders. What's the deal? I've got a lot of stuff here. Let's do this. Come on now. There's 4 places here that says that the last orders came from. Yeah. And honestly, every deserves to have a chance in their victories each year. Exactly. Exactly. The question is, and most coaches will ask you this, their teams in the locker room, how bad do you want this? Are we going to play like we want to win? Or are we just going out there for show? I mean, that's the question. Yeah. How bad do you want? Because there's some teams that just go out there for show. But those coaches that are really good coaches are going to say, how bad do you want to win? You need to show the world how bad you want to win. You need to show that you belong here. You need to prove all the naysayers that you're not a fluke, that you are for real. Because there's going to be those out there that are not going to believe that you're for real. But if you keep grinding and keep charging and keep doing what you need to do to show that you are for real, pretty soon they're going to realize that you are for real and they are going to respect you. Even if they don't like the fact that, they don't like your team or whatever. They may not have to like you, but at some point they are going to have to respect you. That's the way it is in rivalry games. Just like rivalry here, Illinois' rival is Northwestern. There's been some really good Illinois Northwestern games. And I mean, even when Illinois was the powerhouse, Northwestern still gave them a good game at Welsh Ryan Arena. It wasn't a cakewalk. I think Illinois only won by maybe 4 points in that game that year at Welsh Ryan Arena. I mean, they destroyed them at Assembly Hall, in Illinois, but they did not. But they only beat Northwestern by 4 points in Welsh Ryan. It just goes to show that no matter how good a powerhouse you might be, you go on someone else's home court, it's not going to be as easy as you think. You still got to play like you're a championship team. You can't just go in there and say that it's an easy win, because not necessarily. Because they went into Williams Arena, Minnesota, who also had a good team that year, and found out that, Minnesota can beat you. And that's exactly what happened. And everybody was shocked when they found out that Minnesota beat them, but they did. But Minnesota beat every other team that walked into Williams Arena except one. That was Indiana. Indiana was the only team that year that beat Minnesota at Williams Arena. Indiana, the only team. Everybody else got beat there, except Indiana. Now, the next year when Indiana lost all those good teams, well, then Minnesota showed them that, Minnesota beat them there. Minnesota even went to Indiana's home court and beat them there. It's all because of the coach. Minnesota was a team with heart because they had a coach that coached that way. The coach you have determines how you play. If you have a coach that wants you to win, they're going to show you how to do it. If you have a coach there that's just, there to, just to be there and, not really show compassion for the team, then you're not going to go anywhere. It takes a certain coach that has a winning mentality that says, I'm here to win. I'm not here for show. I'm here to win. I'm here to show you guys how to win. Well, there's certainly nothing going on here. I mean, what on earth is going on here? Nothing from Uber, nothing from DoorDash just yet. And here it is. It's a little after 11 o'clock. I mean, come on, guys. Let's get something going here. And honestly, every team deserves their chance in the victory. Yeah. It's Yeah. I mean, we can't. I mean, like I said, Illinois is getting an extra hour tonight, but even so, I mean, and yes, this is a Friday. I mean, Friday nights are good though. I mean, Friday nights are good here. So, but we need to add to that money right now, even though they're getting an extra hour. You know, we got to have something to go into the night with, because what they got right now is, you know, is not that great. We'll just sit here for another minute, and then we'll just walk around again, or drive around again, try to see maybe we can get something. I mean, we'll just have to keep doing that trick until something comes about. I mean, maybe everybody's all spent out. Who knows? There's some that might still be out of town coming back because it was a long week for a holiday too. So, I mean, schools weren't back in session yet. They're waiting until Monday. It would have been silly to start school on Friday and then, right after the holiday. It wouldn't make sense. You just wait until Monday to start again. But it's been said, January can be a slow month. I just don't want it to start right now. Shiriaka, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah, we're just waiting on an order right now. We started round 2, and we're going to 1 o'clock, so where's my dog talking man? Dog talking man. I don't know what you mean by dog talking man. Okay, resume it here. All right, let's go drive around and see if we can get anything. Let's see if we can do it. Let's get something here, guys. Let's get an order. DoorDash, Uber Eats, something. Yeah. Here, in fact, we'll do that with Uber too. Something's got to give here. I mean, I had a great day on Uber last night. Come on now. Okay. Here, we'll just do that. All right. All right. It's not showing that there's anything really going on in Uber right now, but you never know. But I'm looking at the Uber thing here, and I'm not seeing anything that's... Okay. You don't want to get Illinois behind the 8 ball, Yeah. Because either buts, or we're going to be doing, it's either that, or like I said, we could have a 3-way tie for last place. I don't want to see that happen, though. But Friday nights, though, have been proven to be really good nights, so anything can happen. Friday nights have been very good of late. But we got to have something before then, so let's get going. Come on, DoorDash. Come on, Uber. Let's get with it here. Let's get with the program. Let's get going. Give us something to do. Make things a little bit more interesting. Give us some kind of... I know it seems, January, slow January, but not this early. Okay, now you decide you're going to turn. Okay. Yeah, could use a good Aldi order here. Aldi or Kroger or something. Good shopping order. I had a few of those yesterday too. then again, because of that shopping order fiasco that I had to, maybe they're kind of eerie about giving me another one in case I have to do that again, which I don't want to. I mean, here they said about 30 minutes before my dash was done back there that Shelbyville was busy. Well, I mean, that's far from that right now, and we're right now into the lunch shift, so somebody's got to be ordering something here. All right. Yeah, somebody's getting ready to turn up here, so yeah, we'll just park up here, get ready to buy Applebee's and Starbucks again, because I mean, that's a strange thing. I didn't get a Starbucks order when I was in Franklin. I didn't get one. Maybe I'll get one here. Who knows? But I just like to move around, just to move around in case I get something. I think we'll just do like a little backwards circle, maybe. Because I'm right up here. Most of your orders on Uber is Jimmy John's. So that would be nice to get one of those. Okay, we're all good? All right. So we'll just drive around here. We'll just do a little backwards circle. I think that's what we'll do. Pick me up McDonald's. Well, I mean, a McDonald's order would be good right now. Even if I had to go all the way up to Rampart Road to get one, I'd be okay with that, you know. I mean, I'm going to be driving around that way. Maybe they'll send me up there. Who knows? Oh, okay. I wonder what that was. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a Discord chat. All right. All right, backward circle. Let's go. Let's get something up here, guys. Come on now. It's 11:15. We're 15 minutes into the lunch shift. Let's go. What city? This is Indiana. Shelbyville, Indiana. We were in Franklin earlier, but I came back from there, you know, to start here because that way I can include Uber in this town. Because if I go there and I do Uber there, it's going to send me all over the place, you know, especially in a zone that I don't want to be in. So that's why I don't technically do Uber there. But I do Uber here because this is where I can get some good orders here. And I like to do Uber here too, so in case I get a dirty stack, you know, then somebody wins. So the last one is definitely an hour drive. Oh boy, coming to my house? I don't know, man. I don't know where your house is, so I probably doubt it. I have to get an order first before I go to anybody's house, so I got to get an order first, so. But somebody's got to do. I said, your brother. Okay. Well, I may not be in your zone. So if I'm not in your zone, they won't be sending me. I got to get an order first, though. DoorDash or Uber has to send me an order before I go anywhere. So that's kind of the reason why I'm driving around. Otherwise, I would. Don't let them boss you around. All I want is just, we're right now 18 minutes into the lunch shift and we still don't have anything. But there will be extra time on the clock tonight for the night shift because of the fiasco I had with Meijer earlier today. So that extra hour, especially, around the dinner time when Friday nights are good, that could be the big game changer right there. I mean, if I have a night tonight like I had last night, it could be really good. So I don't know, just because it looks bad right now, DJ is his own boss, except when he isn't. Hey, Luke, yeah. Luke's exactly right. Yep. That's the one thing about this job here, is that you are your own boss. You decide, as an independent contractor, you decide what it is you want to take, if you want to take it. And if you don't, you don't. You only take orders that make sense. Now, for DoorDash, though, we got an order. What do we got? Okay, $13 for 7 miles. All right, we'll do that. Finally, $13 for 7 miles. We're going to Zaxby's. All right, so we'll go here by my W-2 to get up there. Yeah. Oh, the Wolverine. Okay. Yeah, speaking of the Wolverine, the Wolverines got new life in this contest because USC tied them with 127. So USC and Michigan will be facing off in Rushville after all the teams have gone and get ready for the playoffs. So even though both teams were last place, if they tied one another, they still got to face off against one another in Rushville. So, yeah. And once you get to Rushville, it's a completely different game because it's head-to-head competition as well as adding to your score. So the head-to-head competition, there's a little bit more that's involved with that. So, all right, let's go to Zaxby's. Yeah. Finally got an order, and it's a pretty good one too. I mean, $13, that definitely helps things out. So, okay. Yeah, we got 3 teams. What kind of place is that? Zaxby's is chicken. Mostly chicken fingers. It's mostly a chicken fingers place. Yeah, that's basically what they serve there is chicken fingers. So, yeah. But it's I've heard everybody say it's good. You don't have that in New York? Oh, I'm surprised at that. Because Zaxby's is big everywhere, but if you don't have it, you don't have it. I mean, I'm surprised at that, but if you don't have it, hey, it's from what I hear, it's pretty good. This is one of the reasons why I don't like to turn here, is because of all this traffic that's over here around this time. Yeah. Because if that light is green down there to the left, then you got all the cars coming this way, because hey, we are in lunch shift right now, so yeah. All right, we can go now. All right. Yeah, you can see what Zaxby's is all about right up here. Yep. Should open up one here. Well, you can just, maybe talk to somebody up there and just see maybe if they will open one. Just like over in Franklin, they didn't have a Chick-fil-A there, but now they've got one there because I think somebody wanted one there. So, yeah. I mean, I think that, if you get a bunch of people that say, hey, we want this restaurant here, they just might do it. So you just never know. But Zaxby's is pretty good. I said, your brother Gabe will eat that all day. Okay. What, chicken fingers? Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, there's all kinds of sauces and fixed certain ways. Yeah, that's what this place is. it's a pretty. I mean, it's pretty popular place, especially for my W-2. There's some of my coworkers at my W-2 will order DoorDash and order from Zaxby's. So, yeah. It's pretty good. At least what's nice now is the fact that I can drive down here and not worry about construction because they got it all fixed. There's some part of the road that they got to pave over there, but other than that, I mean, it's nice not having to go through a maze anymore coming through here. And that really makes me feel like that's a lot better, not having to go through a maze. All the barricades and cones and stuff makes it a whole lot better. Where am I from? I'm actually from Illinois. I was born in Chicago, so yeah, it's because my ancestors were from there. My ancestors were really from Sicily, Italy, but they moved to Chicago, and that's basically where my family's come from. So, okay, we're here at Zaxby's. All right. Okay, parking as a delivery driver. All right. All right, I'm gonna go get this, and I'll be right back. Okay, I don't like their drink carriers here, so I always keep good ones inside my car so I can use them for purposes like this. The ones they give you here are too flimsy. So I'll go ahead and switch it. Okay. Let's move this up here. It's a little harder to get in there, but it's a lot more effective. All right, put this one back there in case I need it for something else. All right. Go ahead and get our picture here. Right. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to get on the highway. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Get on the highway to go back there, which is all right. Taste of frying. I can't do that. No, we don't do that kind of thing here. Plus, the bag is sealed anyway. So, and like I said earlier today, even though it hasn't really official, we still, as dashers, or at least I do, take it as that Board of Health regulations prevents us from, from opening sealed bags, which of course this is. So, all right, it's going to tell me to take the highway, so let's do it.
Take the Interstate 74 East ramp.
There we go. Oh, Vicky's here. All right, welcome in. Appreciate it. Yep, as always. All right, let's get on the highway here. First time on 74, guys.
Continue for 3 miles.
All right. First time on 74. And it doesn't look like it's that busy, even at 11:30. Not too bad. All right. I know exactly where this street is, and I got to take it up there. It's just like 2 or 3 turns, and I'm there. So, an easy $13. Very easy $13. Yay, happy New Year. Yeah, thank you. Have a happy New Year to you too, Vicky. Appreciate you joining as always. Yeah. Crazy, crazy day, especially in the morning. Had a shopping order from hell, so that, because a clerk forgot to scan 2 items, and I had to go jump through a whole bunch of hoops just to get my reimbursement back. And then they want to say, "Oh, we got to wait 24 hours for that." I ain't waiting 24 hours for nothing. I even told them, I said, if we have to get, certain individuals that were involved in the whole incident involved, you interview them, talk to them, or whatever the case may be, if that's what it takes to get my money, that's what I'm going to get. And I've offered to you guys for, like 5 years now, and 8,000 deliveries. I've never let you down on any time. I've always been honest with you. And there's no reason for you to, withhold me because you don't want to give me $25 back because, a clerk made a mistake and didn't scan it. All you had to do, look at the receipt, look at the customer's order. They ordered it. It was not on that receipt. I had to pay for it out of my pocket. Because you see, they ordered it. If I had to pay for it, then what do? You reimburse me to me. The customer isn't going to do that. You're the one who has to do it. This order is going to be completed by 12:50. Okay. That's a long time, though. That's a very long time.
Turn left onto State Road 44.
That's a long time. That's a lot of driving. Long time. That's still over an hour to go. I'm not sure I would have done that, really. But if it's slow, I mean, and you need to do something, maybe that's what you had to do. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, well, this will be a very easy $13. Didn't really take that long. Order was ready when I went in there. So usually the order isn't ready when I go in there and I have to wait for it, but today it was. So, which is a good thing.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Progress Parkway.
So maybe that'll get the thing started. I know this is one of those days where you just feel like doing something different and changing up the day. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, sometimes you have to go out, get out of your comfort zone and go do something you normally wouldn't do. Sometimes you have to do that.
Turn left onto Progress Parkway.
Because, I mean, if you learn to do, something new, something you've never done before, maybe that's what it takes to turn something completely around. I've done that. Just like I've gone to different cities around here. I've visited different cities just to do it because I wanted to see what it's like to dash in other zones, and I'm going to do that again once this contest is done, because it'll be lighter. It'll be lighter later and lighter earlier. I'll be able to do that. I can go visit places I've never been before, and maybe use that in the next contest next year. So we'll see. I'll be driving long miles when it comes to Amazon Flex using the less distance. Yeah, well, the one thing about driving long distance, you got to make sure that you have the right car with good gas mileage to do that. And I mean, that right there helps. So, and we got some workers up here. I wonder what they're doing. Well, I guess they do need to build something over there on that side of I guess is what they're getting ready to do. You still have 25 left? Oh, okay. Now. Oh, your good car, it's good gas mileage? Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really big to have. That really helps. A good car with good gas mileage makes all the difference. I mean, gas prices have been lower than they usually have, but even so, I mean, good gas mileage really makes all the difference, and it does. I mean, mine does pretty good on gas mileage, even for the size of car it is. I mean, it's still okay on gas mileage, just as long as, I'm not traveling like, 50, 60 miles out of the zone, to take an order. A lot of times when you're in Franklin, especially when you're doing this, you can do that. I had to do that at one time. I said I was coming back from Franklin on the first, I think, what was the Michigan Dash? When I first started, I had to go, there's all orders accepted. I ended up having to drive all the way to Southport to go pick up an order. But it was all orders accepted, and it was way out of the zone. But you got to do what you got to do.
Turn right onto High Point Boulevard.
All right. Yeah, this.
In 700 feet, turn left onto Wagner Drive.
Yeah, this. Definitely this. Drink carrier is certainly way better than the one they gave me, because with the way I turn there, if it wasn't snug in here,
in 600 feet,
that drink would have been all over the place in the one they gave me.
46176. USA will be on the left.
Yeah, some of these places have drink carriers that are so flimsy that they'll fall out if you're not secure with your drink. Okay, let this guy come up here.
1609 Wagner Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
I'm just going to wait for somebody to pass so that I can get ready to go over there. So, is this one down here? Okay. Right here. All right, I'll be right back. All right, now we're going. Yep. Kroger, I have 7 units, but it's $8 going 3 miles. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and do that. All right. So we went from 0 to 21 just like that. So, like I say, you never know what happens here, guys. I mean, sometimes it takes that. Sometimes it does. So I just take, the road right here that it used to be a great show on television. It's called Belvedere. One of my favorite shows was Mr. Belvedere. I liked watching that. It was Thursday nights, I believe it was on. Yeah, that was a great show. And so now we're getting ready to go to Kroger here, just right down the road. So it's just perfect. That, and I still need to pay off your car loan anyway. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's car loans. I hate those. Yeah, I still got to pay on this one. Yeah, back in the old days, we didn't have to worry about car loans that much. But today, you basically can't have a decent car without one. Here I've got almost 125,000 on mine, but it's lasted me. It's done well. Even with all this gig work, it's still done me pretty good. So can't complain. It's been a really good vehicle. But of course, I take care of it though too. I mean, I get my oil changes every 3,000 miles. That's essential right there. I mean, that's one of the most important things you do. I mean, your cars will last longer if you really take the time to do it every 3,000 miles. Because a lot of preventive maintenance is done at that time. I mean, especially if you go to the right place, they will, search your vehicle, your hoses and all that stuff to make sure everything is running right. And they'll tell you if there's an eventual problem. If you go to the right place that really knows their cars real well. I mean, it's really imperative to change your oil every 3,000 miles. It really is. It seems like a nuisance and it seems costly, but it's better to pay, $60, $70 for an oil change than end up having to pay $6,000, $7,000 for a repair that could have been prevented if you just would have changed your oil. Go ahead, man. All shop where the tech isn't trying to screw you over and it's smart. Right. That's why you go with recommendations. You always go, if you're going to go to a mechanic, you go to where it's a recommendation, where someone, either of your family or a friend or something like that, has, knows who that mechanic is or business or whatever. If they know who it is and, they say, hey, this person is honest, this person, you know, I trust this person. If they take care of my car, they'll take care of yours. So it's generally word of mouth is the way to go when it comes to mechanical work on a vehicle. I mean, I can't say that's 100%, you know, the case, but 9 times out of 10, usually the word of mouth is what will be the difference. All right. It's pretty busy for Kroger's pretty busy. All right. Well, I only need 7 items, so I shouldn't be that long. And plus, I know this Kroger pretty well. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, well, we had 2 cases of water in that. So that's what that was. Oh, well, it is what it is. And when you scan it in your cart, then it alerts them, at the front that they got to come and check your cart. Oh, I can't do that. I got this shopping thing. Now you decide to make noise, Uber, when it's the wrong time. Now you decide to make noise. All right, where's that receipt at? I thought I put it in there. Okay. It wasn't a good order anyway. It was $3 going 5 miles, so that was not a good offer anyway. So I mean, it would have been a good dirty stack, but still was not a good offer. So welcome in, all of you guys. Appreciate it. Let's see, 7 miles left. Okay. All right, where are we going to? Well, that's way out there. That dirty stack wasn't going to work anyway because I'm going way out west with this, and where I was delivering was east. So yeah, no, that would not have worked. It was still, it really wasn't worth taking that Uber anyway. So I mean, $4 for 7 miles, that wasn't going to work. So I mean, it's more than 50 cents a mile, but still, that's, even for a dirty stack, that would not have worked. But you have to wait until 12 o'clock to make some noise. When I could really use your help right now, or at least Illinois could use your help right now. So, I need to be in this lane, don't I? Yep, I do. Oh no, I do need to be in this lane. Never mind. Yeah, I gotta take Mechanic Street. Yeah. Roman Lunchy, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yeah. All right. Joe, I see you. Welcome, Joe. Yeah, some of you guys in here. C Brown, yeah, I was shopping. I couldn't get some of you guys. So, yeah, when I'm shopping, it's hard for me to get into the chat. But I certainly appreciate you guys joining. Thank you very much. Yeah, really appreciate it, guys. I really do. We finally got a couple of orders off of DoorDash. I mean, it would have been nice to take that Uber, but excuse me, that wouldn't have worked. I mean, that 7 miles that I was going towards Rushville with that one when I'm going over here to take this. That's opposite sides. That's not going to work. It was still not a good offer for Uber anyway. 4 for 7. That's 60 cents a mile. I really don't want to do that. Alvaro, welcome in. Yeah, appreciate you joining. Welcome in. thank you all for joining. I really appreciate it. Finally, like I said, got a couple of orders, and yeah, so we're in good company here, guys. I mean, those that are in blue, yeah, definitely. Those that are your newcomers that are in here, those that are in blue, please check their channels out too, because they got some good channels as well. So whenever they go live, I'd like to see you visit their channels too, because some of them, you know, you want to be entertained. Some of those are some very good channels that will entertain you. So I definitely, if they're in blue, they have my seal of approval. If they have my seal of approval, then they're definitely worth taking a look at. So, okay, yeah, the kids are out of school for winter until January 2nd, which is today. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would have made no sense for kids to go back to school today. I mean, give them that extra day. You know, let them enjoy the, you know, the extra day so we can make it 3 and start them back on Monday. I mean, it would have been silly to start kids back to school today. I mean, some districts have done that, though, but, I mean, it would have been silly. I mean, it would have been, you know, give the kids, you know, an extra day. Let them enjoy their toys or whatever it was they got. You know, just let them enjoy the freedom of another day without being back in school. You know, don't be so strict on school. Come on now. Gosh, I remember when I was in school, I mean, they gave us that full 2 weeks. They didn't start us on Friday or anything like that. They just gave us the full 2 weeks to be off. And then we started school on Labor Day instead of in late July like a lot of classes do for that semester. Yeah. They did things so much different, you know, back then than they do now. But as the years change, everything else changes. So you just got to adapt. I know it's hard, but you got to adapt to it. Okay. If you have me say something on there, man, I said I'm not going to say it because I know what direction you're going, or at least most of the time I do, and we're not doing that. So yeah. So please do me a favor. Please try not to get me to say anything, because I won't. If I know what it's going to make, what it's going to sound like, we're not doing that. So, yeah. All right. But I appreciate you joining anyway. And thank you for joining. Just be careful with what you say in the chat, because, I mean, some of us, we're not going to say some of the things you ask us to say because we know where it's going. So, yeah. All right. I was going to wait to turn this on so that I know where we're going. So, all right.
Drive west on East Mechanic Street for a half mile.
I knew to go this way would be the best way, instead of, they were going to take me a different way and I wasn't going to go that way because the traffic's worse going that way than going this way. Because right now you're in lunch traffic, and yeah, the less that you stay off the main road, the lot easier it is to get where you need to go. Shelbyville, Indiana. Philippine, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. We're taking a Kroger shopping order up here. Yeah. Couple cases of water and like 4 other things, or 5 other things actually. It was 7 items, and 2 of them were cases of water. So. Yeah, because if you drive around the circle and all that up here at this time of day, the traffic's going to be too much.
West Washington Street.
That's why I like to take a back way going in there, so you're not involved in traffic. Even though it may be the faster way to go, it's better to go this way, you know, a longer way, because you'll end up saving time rather than going the faster way. We're going way down here. That's why I say 1 minute left to your drop off. All right, that's the long trip there, Queen. Long trip. Yeah, I was still waiting on getting an order when you started it, and since then I did a Zaxby's and a shopping order, and now you're just getting there. The shopping order wasn't bad at all. I mean, yeah, it wasn't bad at all. I just, you know, I just didn't like the cases of water, but you know, it's the way it is. But some places here is well water, and some people don't like well water, so yeah.
855 West Washington Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left. You leave the order at their door.
All right, I'll just park right here next to him.
Following instructions. Leave at door.
Okay. All right, guys. So I got to go and deliver these cases of water and stuff up here. So, all right, I'll be right back. Alright, I think I can take the rest of this stuff with this next case of water. One of them's a glass bottle. I gotta really be careful with that. I'll just wedge it between the two waters so that they don't lose it. Alright.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at door.
Dirty stack, we're gonna take it. I gotta take the picture first. All right, that Burger King is $11, guys. Somebody. Is this person wanting to get in or what? Are they... I have no idea what they're doing. I don't know if they're waiting to get in here or what. Yeah, they're parked right behind me. All right. All right. Let's see, Carol Card, say hi, Happy New Year. I said, just started watching your video. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Say, I want you to know that. All right, guys. Yeah, we got ourselves a dirty stack, guys.
Head to your just ahead, make a slight right turn on West Broadway Street.
Yep. Going to Burger King for an $11
Make a
order.
slight right turn on West Broadway Street.
Oh, finally, something good to come out of this. $11 and a great opportunity. I said I had not taken the picture yet, because I was not complete with the order. It will count, so we will have a drawing tonight. All right. Finally, something good that we can show everybody that we finally got a dirty stack. I guess Uber felt bad because I wasn't able to dirty stack that one. So they said, okay, well, he's dropping that one off, so I guess we'll go ahead and we'll give him an $11 order so it counts. So, okay. Well, as it will be. Oh, man, I love this. Dirty stacking time again. I love it.
Street using the right 2 lanes.
Yep. Right 2 lanes. Well, no, you can't do the right 2 lanes here because one goes straight, the other one either turns left or right. Can't do that. Good for you. Yeah. Yeah, Philippe, welcome in again. Yep. I love the dirty stacks, guys. So, So those that are members of my channel, they will be entered for a drawing tonight on the Illinois Dash. So that's awesome. Yeah, no, there was no drawing on the Ohio State Dash the other day, but there was a drawing for the USC Dash, and there are 2 actually, and now there's one today for the there's one for the Illinois Dash. So yep. Tell you what, these dirty stacks really make a difference. They really do. So I just had to put DoorDash in pause, while I'm doing this, because I have to pause DoorDash because, if DoorDash was to send something, then it would make the dirty stack a lot harder. But the best time to get a dirty stack is when you're delivering a DoorDash and then you get an Uber that comes in before the order's done, then it still counts. So, because you aren't done with the order yet. It is now all dropped off. Yay! All right. Oh man, this is well, I guess maybe good things come to those who wait. Maybe I had to do all that wait to finally get the dirty stack and finally get some money in here. Quick $21 plus this 11, that's 32. So yeah. So that's basically what I make in in 2 hours anyway. So we'll see what Illinois has to do tonight after we after this is done. Hopefully it won't be that much.
East State Road 44.
Well, I'm already here. Yeah, this GPS is kind of confused when it comes to this road because there's no, why do you have to turn? The other GPS doesn't do that on DoorDash. Oh well. All right. Well, I'm glad that you got it all dropped off, Queen. Now the Yeah, you might be able to get orders, but that's a long trip back. Yeah, long trip back. Yeah, I dread those long trip backs. Even after you get a good order and you're going in a different zone, the trip back is the dreaded part, because it seems like it takes forever. And customer messaged me asking if she can get a different paper towel option, even though the substitution I gave her and she put in, and I would have to see message before she checked out. Pimples, welcome from Canada. Hey, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's and I had an issue with a customer in St. Paul that way. They approved a substitution, and then they decided after they approved the substitution, well, they actually didn't want it anyway. So then they told DoorDash that I gave them the wrong thing. And then they counted it against me as a wrong thing when they actually approved it. But DoorDash, what they did was they went ahead and accepted the customers saying it was the wrong thing, even though it was right. They still side with the customer. They don't side with the, with the dasher. That's why I had to argue big time with that second support person about getting my $25 back. I said, some of them you just got to argue with them to get them to understand what you're doing, because they, some of those, support people, they don't like the dasher. They're more for the customer, and they'll do what they can to get the dasher in trouble. See, that's what it is. And like I said, not everybody's that way, but not everybody's on the same page. And that's the way it is with a lot of businesses.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
It's like when you're dealing with businesses, especially if you're dealing with, with a bill, like bill collectors and stuff. Okay, well, A will say something, okay, and then you talk to B. B disagrees with A and says their thing. Well, then C, and then you talk to C. C disagrees with B and agrees with A. So you have two in agreement there. Then D comes in, disagrees with A and C and agrees with B, and then you talk to E. E disagrees with all of them and says they're all wrong, and that's when all the chaos happens. See, nobody's on the same page. Nobody can agree. That's the problem. And when you have businesses that do that, that's what causes division. When nobody's on the same page, that's how businesses divide, is because you're not on the same page. Boy, I'm going to have to really walk at this one. There's no place to park there. Absolutely no place to park. So I'm going to have to park up here. All the parking spots are taken. All right. It is what it is. All right, I'll be right back. Boy, they're packed in there. All right. All right. See, if you got to do what you can, customer service is all about. Exactly. All there. Let's see. Montreal, another Canada. All right. Getting some Canada ones here. All right. Welcome in. Okay. I've just got to go to the light here. So I'm gonna turn right and then I'm on my way there. Yeah. Pretty good order. Pretty not too far. Pretty good $11 order here. Yeah. It's good for Uber. Still have some time to go. Yeah. Which is a good thing. It's just so nice to include Uber in the mix and to make this a complete dirty stack. So, and I just love it.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
Yeah. Every time you go get coffee, DoorDash send you an order. Yeah, it's that way too. You want to stop and do something. Yeah, they want to, DoorDash, decides, oh, okay, well, they're going to get something. Oh, they can't take time away from there. Yeah, we have to go give them an order. Yeah, they do that. That's why, if you want to do something, you got to pause it first. Yeah. They don't care if you pause. They just, I said, they'll be that way. They'll say, I said, oh, they want to pause it. Oh, we got to give them an order first. Sometimes when you want to close out your dash, they'll do that too. Yeah. Like if you have to go to your W-2 or something like that, yeah, they'll, say, oh, we got to send them another order. We can't let them in the dash. And that's how they get you. They want you to lose your acceptance rate by doing that. Sometimes they'll do that to you. Montreal, cold place, but nice place. Yeah. Yeah, former Montreal Expos. Yeah, that's before the Washington Nationals took over for that team. I mean, it was nice, over there, Olympic Stadium there, and one of the best hitters they had in Montreal was Andres Galarraga. He was one of the greatest hitters, that played there for Montreal. Yeah. Always a threat at the plate. Yeah, I know that Montreal, it used to be two Canada teams, the Blue Jays, but now, like I said, everybody's saying it's not the same without Montreal. The Big Cat, yep.
In a quarter mile, turn left
One of the
on
most
South
respected
High Street.
hitters at the plate. It didn't matter, like I said, if the game was on the line and he'd come to the plate, it didn't matter if you had your best closer on the line. You make a mistake, you paid for it. And he beat a lot of teams because, teams that thought they won the game, all it took was one hit or a double or something like that from him. And, no, we're going this way. That's because it's down this way. I know exactly where it's going. It said where it was going. Yeah, we're doing this way. I don't know why they like to take me away from where I need to go. It doesn't make any sense. Because it's on the other
Using the
side.
left lane, turn left on South Harrison Street.
Say, yep. Like I said, he's been in he was in a lot of games where the game was on the line, and It took one swing of his bat to change the whole complexion of the game, and very well respected at the plate. Definitely deserves Hall of Fame, no question.
Just ahead, turn right on West South Street.
It was fun to watch.
Turn right on West South Street.
Yeah, see, they wanted me to take bite and go all the way down here. No, I wasn't going to do that. I already knew how to get here. Okay. Okay, so they want me to go down there and go all the way up to the front. Yeah, I can do that. I don't understand the language. I mean, I haven't really learned it. The only language that I really learned when I was when I went to Indiana back in '85 through '87 was German. I understood that a little bit more than I did some others. A little bit easier. Of course, part of the reason was because on my mom's side of the family, there was German on that side of the family. So I kind of learned that a little bit more than I did anything else.
Turn left on Southwest Street.
Can I guess the state? Yeah, it's the state where I'm at. Yeah, sure. Go right ahead. See if you're right. I'm pretty sure I already told you. That's probably why you say you want to guess. No, No, Nebraska's part of the Big Ten, but yeah, I already did the Nebraska Dash too. But no, Nebraska is part of the Big Ten, but no, that's no, this is Indiana. Indiana, the one who beat Alabama last night. Yep. Well, then you should have taken me to this street. Oh well, because it's harder to cross this street, especially at this time of day. But it seems like I've got it. So all right. Kind of lucky on that one. Vermont, yeah, Hoosier State. Yep. Yeah, Vermont's not a part of the Big Ten. Vermont's Atlantic 10, I believe. Yeah, I got to go way up here. Yep. Mm-hmm.
In a quarter mile, turn right on 6th Street.
Yep, Hoosier State. Yep. They showed Alabama yesterday that, that Alabama was the team that everybody thought they were. And I know that a lot of jaws dropped while watching that game. And it's like they just couldn't believe it. But, you got to be on your A game. I mean, just because you think that somebody's going to be easy to beat, if you're not on your A game, they're going to show you something completely different. Because they think that Indiana is a pushover and is not as good as they say they are. Well, I think there are those.
Turn right on 6th Street, then drop off on the right.
Well, I'm not there yet. I'm at this one street. Okay. I don't think I've been down this road here. Oh, right here. Yep. Okay. I've never been down this road before. Okay.
Jennifer A. says, leave a door. I had surgery, so the best door would be the one that faces the hill. It's got a covered grill and central air unit next to it.
Okay. Whatever you want me to do, I'll be glad to do it. Okay. Okay, it's this one right here. Okay. All right. I will find it. Yep, there it is right there. Okay. All right, guys, I'll take care of this. I'll be right back. You hate the Colts? Yeah, a lot of people do. The Colts were one of the most hated teams out there, especially in 2006. They absolutely were livid because the Colts beat the Patriots in the Final Four to get to the Super Bowl. All right. As soon as I back up out of their driveway, dirty stack complete. All right. There we go. Okay, dirty stack complete. Let's play the song for the completed dirty stack. Yes. All right. Definitely a drawing tonight. Okay. There's somebody coming that way. All right, dirty stack complete. Now we got DoorDash back on. So let's see how we do here now. We still got 23 minutes, or about 24 minutes of this dash. So we'll add up everything here once it gets to 1 o'clock, and then we will come back tonight for 3 hours. So most likely I'll be starting at 4:30 to 7:30. So that's what we'll do for that one. So, all right. Yes, I know when they start the second dash, they're going to have their work cut out for them, kind of like USC did. But all it takes is a really good night, and I think in 3 hours they can get more done. Because it is a Friday night. I've done very well on Friday nights of late, especially with both platforms. So I think we're in for another close one, because all Illinois has to do, even if they can't put themselves in a good spot, there's still several teams to go, but they may put themselves in a spot where where there can be a tie. I mean, we've got 3 ties already. I mean, who's to say we can't have a 4th? You never know. Because it makes all the difference. You tie another team, you go head to head, and you gain extra time, and you add to your score that you have already. So you can be in last place, just like Michigan was, and all it takes is another team that was going in last place to tie you, and then you live another day. You get another 2 hours, plus you're going head to head, and there's something that goes there too. And if you get a dirty stack during in Rushville, which is nearly impossible to do because there are not too many Ubers in Rushville, but if for some reason you end up with a dirty stack, then you get extra time in Rushville to go. So I know it all seems crazy, with the rules and stuff, but now that you have Uber in the picture, it's changed the complex of everything. Because all it was DoorDash last year. But this year with Uber, it's completely different. And I've had a lot of good Uber nights, especially of late. I had a pretty good one last night. Because let's see, almost $90. I basically I did $40 on Uber and like $48 on $48 on DoorDash. So yeah. But a lot of those orders came with the Indiana game on, because I only dashed like 3 hours yesterday. Because they said that was the time to dash, is when that game was on, because everybody was going to be watching that game. Because there's so many people that like watching Alabama play, and yet they're playing Indiana, a team that they thought was, that Alabama was just going to wipe the floor with. Well, that didn't happen. It happened the other way. But even so, I made, had a lot of orders during that time, and they weren't that far orders either. Most of them were pretty close by in that 3 hour period. I think the most miles I had to travel out there, I think, was 12. And that was to St. Paul. Yeah. Yeah, that was 12 miles to St. Paul. Other than that, everything else was close by. So, Moonlight. Welcome in, Moonlight. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a couple of days. The moon is going to, we're going to have our first full moon of 2026. So, yeah, it's getting there. All right, 20 minutes left there. So let's see what we can do. Maybe we can get another order in 20 minutes. Could it be a DoorDash? Could it be an Uber? Well, hopefully it'll be something. Gillville, Illinois, just a somewhat of a chance here. Okay, I figured somebody was coming over there. That one. All right. In France, yeah. So I've had some those from France come to my live stream, and I appreciate that. Yeah, really do. Appreciate everybody from all walks of life, all countries, all nationalities. Everybody's all welcome here. We all have something to learn from one another. I keep saying that all the time too. And when I gave my speech from on my way from Franklin to here, I didn't mean that just for everyone in the States. I meant that from for every country, because every country is a part of this. This is a year, especially for, it doesn't matter what country you're from. This is a year to prevent yourself, to do what you can, to prevent yourself from any kind of division. Because that's what's basically the reason why the Eye of the Tiger name that I feel so strong about that is because there's going to be things this year in all places that's going to try to cause division. Division with, especially with division with your finances. Get your finances in order. Division with your, with your families, your jobs, things you own, divisions, stuff like that. That's why I say, weather. They're saying that the weather this year is going to be crazier than any weather they've seen in the last, several years. So, all of that. You got to prepare for anything. It's better to have stuff prepared and not need to go through it than to go through something and not be prepared for it. Just like me in 2012, I'm on vacation on my job, and I'm at my W-2 then. At the beginning of my vacation, there was a debate about a debate from my about everybody's salaries. The company wanted to take $2 an hour from all the workers because they were losing money for whatever the reason, and they felt like in order to make ends meet, they had to take $2 an hour from every one of the workers. And there were 2 unions that they had to go through to get that done. So one of the unions agreed, and that was the truck drivers. They agreed that it was okay. They didn't like it, but they agreed to it. But the union I was involved with, they said absolutely not. They said you either leave things the way they are, because we're not going to budge, or you close the doors. And they meant it too. And so what'd they do? Well, they ended up closing the doors, because our union wasn't going to tolerate it. So they closed the doors. And because they, closed the doors, well, I come back from vacation, I get an email from one of my coworkers. Ooh, we got here. Yeah, we can do that. Hey, another Uber. All right.
Head to your pickup at Jimmy John's number.
All right, we got to pause the DoorDash orders again. All right. So let's go to Uber. Okay.
Head to your pickup at Jimmy John's number 3008.
Okay. All right. It's $4, but it's $4 better than nothing. But anyway, as I was saying, So my coworker, get a message from one of my coworkers that said, "Don't even bother coming to work because the doors are closed for good." And I'm like, what a way to come back from vacation. Come back to no job. Yeah, I come back to no job. And I'm like, okay, well, what do I do now? I come back vacation, I have no job. So where's my money going to come from? So needless to say, I had to apply for unemployment, of course. So I had to do that, and I had no backup plan. I didn't have any skills to do anything. I wasn't prepared for that, not at all. I had no backup plan. I mean, I thought that I was going to be doing that job, and retiring from there because they had a good retirement plan. No, that didn't happen. I would have had to work another 6 months to even qualify for a pension over there. But that was taken from me because our union said no to a $2 pay cut. I mean, I didn't like the idea of having the pay cut, but the thing is, our union they said, no, you either do it our way or you close. And so that's what they did. So with no backup plan, I had no idea what to do. I had to stay on unemployment, let the state unemployment run out. Then we go to the federal, and I get a caseworker. And then like several months down the road after the federal, they stopped doing the benefits. They stopped doing the federal benefits because they couldn't do it. So I not only lost my caseworker, I lost I lost all of that. So I had to move out of my apartment and go home and go homeless because I had no money. There was nothing coming in. So I stayed in a homeless shelter for a little bit, and then through a program of theirs, I was able to finally to land on Amazon. After a little bit, they worked out a good more of a salary that I got from Amazon than was originally projected for me to have. But that was the program working that out for me, because they got me an offer to which I was going to make more than those that started because of my experience in part of my experience at my previous position. So that's how I landed that. Okay, well, let's see here. Can I park up front? Yeah, no, I guess I can't. All right, I guess I'll have to park here. All right, whatever. All right, let's go get this, guys. Yeah. But anyway, like I said, no backup plan, and I end up having to, to be homeless for a little bit, and then here comes that was 2013. And the theme song of 2013 was Broken Wings, because that's exactly what I was. Broken wings. Nowhere to go, no place to go. That's what that theme was. All right, let me go get this. I'll be right back. All right. All right, where is this at? This is Shelbyville, Indiana. That's where we're at. Lay Bolts, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yeah, got an Uber Eats offer here. So, okay.
Head to your drop-off at 1012 Fuller Lane.
5 minutes. Okay. Okay, just got to make sure that, because here they race around over here to get to the drive-thru. So I gotta be careful. All right. There. Got a line going on there, Quentin? All right. You talk about someone who hustles and goes on their way to make some good money. Queen of Hustling. Definitely a channel to check out, especially when she goes live. You need to check her channel out. Very, very good worker. Okay, yeah, go this way. Okay. At least it was short. Well, that's good. All right. All right, let's see. We're going to this one. I said it's just not too far from here. Okay, what's it going to tell me to do? Yeah, we'll just go this way because it doesn't like to take me to traffic
Quarter
lights.
mile, turn right on East Michigan Road.
Do that. Okay.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
No, it's going this way. See, it doesn't like to take me to this here. It likes to, okay. Make sure that nobody's coming from that side. So, all right. Good there. All right. Hardly ever see this area here, especially this street. Oh, okay. It's telling me to go that way. Okay. I don't know why it's telling me to be in this lane here. It's telling me to be in this lane when I'm supposed to be in this lane. I don't get it. Oh well. This GPS here, you know, it can get you lost if you're not if you don't know your area.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Amos Road using the left lane.
Wow. Okay. Well, we still have a little bit of time left, not a whole lot, but then of course we did lose an hour today during that fiasco over at Meijer. that was quite an experience, let me tell you. Quite an experience.
Turn left on Fuller Lane.
Oh yeah, this new neighborhood up here. Yeah, okay. I wondered where I saw this, and I said, yeah, it's this new neighborhood that they just opened up last year. Yep, right here.
Turn left on Fuller Lane, then drop off.
Brand
Drop
new.
off.
Okay, which one is it? Oh, right here at the office. Okay. All right. All right, guys. I'll drop this off. Be right back. Is it a hand it to me? Yep. Meet at the door. Okay. All right. Okay, there's still a few minutes left on the clock. So, okay, by the time I get to my destination, if I do not get an order around that time, then I will, if I don't get an order around that time, then I'm going to, let's see, can I turn around up here? Yeah, I guess I can. Nice new little neighborhood they're trying to build here. Then the dash will end, and we will resume tonight, because we will have already done 5 hours. So we have 3 hours left, because I had to cut an hour from the first time because of the fiasco at Meijer, where I lost all that time. So, because I was in a different zone, had to argue with them about about a clerk making a mistake, and not and they didn't want to reimburse me my money. So anyway, that got straightened out. So we'll just see what Illinois does later on this evening. So, but there's still time on the clock, and they, can somebody, get something in here before I reach where I'm going to be going. Well, what we got? Wingstop. I'm going to try to match it and see if they'll let me match it. Yep, they let me have it. In time. Okay. Going to Wingstop. All right. Okay, so at that point, DoorDash is done, so I have to end the dash here on DoorDash, like $21 there, because time is done with DoorDash. So, all right. It's $5 going like 3 miles, still not bad, but I will take it. I'd rather have something. Yeah. Something's better than nothing. I'll tell you that right now, guys. This is yeah, I will definitely take that $5, because it's helping my acceptance rate on there too. Because once I get to platinum on, I'll be getting better orders. So I'd be double platinum. That'd be great. I've been showing Uber. I've been taking some orders and letting them try to trust me a little bit more. So. Yeah, when I saw that match, I thought, hey, I'll take it. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait for them to give it to me. I'll try to match it. Yep. $5, it may not be a lot, but that'll increase me to 16. Yeah. Or wait a minute, that's more than that. I've had 2 Uber orders. Yeah. So this would be my 3rd.
Turn left, then turn right.
Uber can be a big game changer here, because it's certainly looking at Charles. Welcome in, Charles. Yeah. Appreciate you joining. Yeah, we're about to go pick. We're finishing this dash here, because the order came in just before the horn sounded. The halftime. The order came in before the halftime horn sounded. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah, I'm still live. Just not too long. My dash was just about to end, Kayla, it's about to end, but I got an order before the horn sounded, so I'm going to go ahead and take it. And I'll be back again live tonight to do 3 hours, so, because they still have to have that time, but if the order comes in before the horn sounds, it still counts. So going to Wingstop right now to pick this up. So, but I will definitely be back tonight. So I'm just going to stop right here and go into
on the right.
Yep, go into Wingstop and pick it up. So all right, let's go ahead and do this right here real quick. There we go. guys. Wolverine, what time tonight? Let's see. About three to 3.5 hours. Yeah. So they got to do a 3-hour shift tonight. So, all right, I'll be right back. There we go. Okay, so this will be $20 just on Uber with the 3 orders I had, because I had 11 and 4 and 5, so that's 20. All right. Okay. All right, I've got to go there, but that's okay. I think I can stay on Broadway though, so all right, without having to go down that other street. Okay. So yeah, finished with $20 on Uber, and plus what I made on DoorDash, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to look and see, but I think I'll have to look and see, but I know it was over 70. So yeah, I'll definitely check before I sign out. I'll definitely check and see what it was that they ended up with. Yeah, there's stuff right here. So all right, yeah, just got to make sure that somebody can turn in there if they want to.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
Shri, welcome in. Yeah, I didn't turn to look and see who it is that's in there. Appreciate you all joining in. Appreciate it. Yeah. Starting off 2026. We're going to see what their total score is before before tonight. 3 hours tonight. So it can be a very big game changer. Friday nights have been really good lately, especially now using 2 platforms instead of 1. So I mean, Uber really picked it up here lately, and it certainly helped my acceptance rate on Uber. So all I need is a few more. If I can accept them all tonight without having to turn anything down on Uber, I just might hit the double platinum tonight. That would be so great to do. And the orders will get better. Then come playoff time, it'll really make a difference. White Castle, yeah, I don't care about White Castle, Dustin. I don't. White Castle is certainly nothing that I think too much of. I mean, it might have been okay back in like in the early days and stuff when everything was made by hand, but today, no. Now, I agree with you on that, and we got some indie gig life action up here somewhere. Is it at the car wash? Yeah, it's at the car wash. What could you possibly do wrong at a car wash? Huh. Wow. All right then. But no, I agree with you, Dustin. I agree with you. White Castle's terrible. I agree with you on that. Totally. I would say maybe the only thing, if you want to call it that would be, that would be any good would be the onion rings. That'd be it. Yeah, that would be it. And even that's pushing it. But I mean, if there's only one thing decent there, that would be that. The onion rings. Yeah, all right. Yeah, alert. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, guys, this one right here, Salty Unavailable. It was the Illinois Dash last year that got her started. And she's never looked back since. So, yep. Just got to get this one ordered, this one delivered here. I mean, I'm just glad to be able to get it before the horn sounded. That was all I wanted, Needed something, and even though I had to match it, I got the match in before anybody else did, so I ended up winning the $5 out of it. It's all good. So we'll see what they have to do after after I get ready to sign off. We'll see where they're at, and we do have the dirty stack later on, the drawing later on tonight. Maybe they'll get another one. We'll see. Yeah.
Proceed straight on West Broadway Street using the middle lane.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad I get to do that. All right. I thought so.
Proceed straight on West Broadway Street.
Yep, that's what we're doing. All right. Yeah, so I just go up. So, all right. What was that? If not for recording, telling him where he would go. Blind Carpenter was there. Thank you, Blind Carpenter. Appreciate that. All right.
In a quarter mile, turn left on South Miller Street.
DoorDash, should you have train other dashers? I said, well, I mean, that's what I try to do when I'm here. I said, I basically was trained by Dashing Across America. Chuck, he hadn't been on for the longest time, but he was how I learned. Because one time I had a
turn left on
I had
South
a
Miller Street, then drop off on the right.
a customer service score of 4.67 out of 5, and I had to figure out what on earth, why, what did I do? Okay. All right, let's see, where am I going to park up here? Oh, I guess it's right up.
Drop off on the right.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to pull. Okay, yeah, I got to walk over back that way. Okay, so I'm just going to go over here. And I'll just pull over here in this area and just walk it down because you can't park on that side of the road. So I'll just have to walk.
Vivian M says, leave it door.
Okay.
Please leave it on the front porch. Knock on the door.
Okay. So yeah, you can't park on either side of the road. So I'm going to have to walk it down there, guys. So, all right. I'll be right back. That's the only bad thing about that street. Okay. So I checked everything while I was walking back from that customer to see where they stood. They had $75 on DoorDash and $20 on Uber. So right now, going into round 3, they have $95. They're just 100 behind Purdue. I have seen stranger things happen on nighttime dashes before, especially with 2 platforms. Could it be possible that there's a Nick Anderson tonight to which there could be a surge with a last-minute shot to beat Purdue? Is it possible? I don't know. You'll have to tune in tonight to find out. It could be very interesting with a Friday night. They're only 100 behind Purdue. They got 3 hours. And Friday night, it could be very interesting, guys. You might want to tune in tonight to see what might happen. It could get very, very interesting. Could get very interesting. With the way Uber has been lately, yeah. You put both platforms together, get some good ones. I'm telling you, you never know. This could be a very interesting dash tonight with Friday night. Very interesting. Because they can, even if they don't get up to Purdue, they've got a good chance to catch one of those other teams that are in the 4. So, I mean, that's a possibility too. Because right now, this is how it is. Purdue has 195. Let's see. Ohio State has 186 in second place. Indiana's third with 173, and Wisconsin is fourth with 171. That's the 4 right now. That's the 4. But we will see what happens later on. But like I said, we still have teams to go to Rushville yet, so that could change the complex too. So, all right, Dollar General is shipping. Yeah, I had a Dollar General last night that I kind of cringed on, but they did have everything, so I was very surprised at that. But that was good. So, I mean, I'm really kind of concerned about shop and delivers anymore because of how, all it takes is one item missing and having to do a refund that changes the whole complex of that too. So, I'm telling you guys, I mean, it's there's never a dull moment when you're out here doing this. Never. It's an adventure every time, but it's the adventure that makes it fun. If everything is the same and you go through the same stuff, it gets boring. But if you have stuff that's, that happens that's different, and, you go through different scenarios, it makes it a little bit more fun because it's a mystery. And anything that's mysterious, especially when it comes to this, makes it more interesting and makes it more fun because you don't want it to be the same thing all the time. I mean, same old can be good for some things, but when it comes to, every day doing things, I mean, sometimes the same old can get boring, and you don't want it to be like that. we got there for a little bit. Yep, you're right. Yeah. Same old, doesn't get it done anymore, guys. I mean, it's like was said in Demolition Man, another one of Stallone's movies. If we could just get some action, yeah, not just doing the same thing all the time, just get some action, something different, something to get excited about. Yeah, and when I do these dashes, especially when I'm involving these schools, it is exciting because it's competition only in a different way. That's why I do all orders accepted, because if I just do that for one and don't do it for others, that doesn't make it fair. You have to do it with everybody. That's what makes it fair. And it makes it more interesting too. I'm going to get up here and get a couple of things done and get ready for tonight. So I'm kind of anxious to see what tonight's going to be. Friday night, you just don't know. I'm really wondering what tonight's going to be like. As I will say, that even in the basketball, I say Illinois has been one of those teams that's been on Purdue's thorn. There's been a thorn in Purdue's side. So it's been proven over the years. So we just don't know yet. Hey, there's Albert Beer. Welcome in. Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah, you're still in the drawings, even though your name's not green anymore. I still have your name in there. You just haven't been drawn yet. So, and by the way, I did put Jenny's name in there since I think it was somebody put her name in the drawing, so I've got her in there. So we'll see. Yep. Oh, that was the house there I just delivered to not too long ago. So, but $95 from just sitting there for a long time over there waiting on an order. It finally picked up, and Uber was the one that really picked it up, because it took that $11 Uber order to kind of get Uber stirred up a little bit and to make $20 off of it. So $95. Yep, $95. That's what Illinois has to work with tonight. Can they get 100 to tie? Or is there a 101 in them? Is there a Nick Anderson that can beat Purdue with a shot heard around the world like he did with Indiana in 1989? Well, I'm glad that car didn't turn too far over there, because they would have got smashed. That wouldn't have been good. Yeah. How many miles a day do you do? I would say on any given day, probably about 100. It just depends. It depends on the zone I'm in, but I average around 100. It just depends. I mean, if I'm in a different zone, it'll be more. But if I'm in here, then it's generally 100. So yeah, that's how it is. And Kroger is still busy. Okay, well, I've got to go in here and do something real quick, guys, and get ready for tonight. So, all right. Also the type of orders, right? Exactly. Well, everyone, I'll tell you what, I certainly appreciate everyone who has joined today. And you'll be able to watch, watch the replay. You can hear my speech that I did on my trip back from Franklin to here. I think it's a speech that everyone should hear because it's important because of the way of what I feel like this year is going to be. This is a year of preparation. That's what I really believe it is. Hey, Drusilla, welcome in. Yeah, you got in just in time before I get ready to sign out and get ready for tonight. So tonight's going to be something else, guys. So with that, have a little party. Yeah, it's going to be a party tonight, I really believe, because this is Dean's team. Let's see what Dean's team does at the, at the end of the night. I mean, how close are they going to get to Purdue? This I've got to see. So, all right, well, guys, again, thank you all for joining today. I certainly appreciate it. You all have been a wonderful audience, and I certainly appreciate you all. It's because of you that this channel has done what it's done, and will continue to do. I mean, like I said, I say the things that I say because I don't want anyone to have to suffer, and that's what I go. Blind Carpenter sent one. What we got? Oh, okay, well, I better do that. So he just wants to hear the music. That's all that is. All right, Ethan Bird. All right, I will do that. Okay, let's play the music while I write that name down. Okay. I'll get my pen out. Ethan Bird. All right. Ethan Bird, what? B8H2. Okay. All right. Welcome to the membership, Ethan. Courtesy of Blind Carpenter. All right, thank you, Philippi. Welcome for joining in, guys. All right, guys, I got a little got to do a little errand in here, and I got to get ready for tonight. So, until this evening when we do part 3. Say, I appreciate you all, and I will see you in the future. And remember, we're all in this together.